Bingo. Now, the layout looks a little weird, but I think that's the only real option we have for a layout. Let's check and make sure the audio is working properly. Yes, it is. Beautiful. We'll get the chat set up over here so I can see it. I feel like my phone is going buzzing in my headphones. That's never fun. Okay. So we're live on the stream now. Excellent day. And you guys are seeing... Yeah, I'm annoyed that it's showing these labels. We don't need these labels, but I don't know that I can change it now that it's already set up this way. So I suppose it is what it is. We're just waiting on Brian now. What else did we want to add here? I feel like there was one or two other things. I did do that. And I thought I had another idea to throw into that section. Up above. This is another one of those. That doesn't really fit. No, I don't think it does. I'm trying to figure out, there's something else in here. I swear I remembered something else. Oh, I always spell beetle incorrectly. Too much like the band, not enough like something else. There we go. That feels a little better. Chair was just a little bit too low. I was trying out Forza Horizon 6, and been enjoying that with... that's interesting. Did I have that open on a separate screen? I did. That's exactly what I did. Okay. Don't know if I'll need that one right now. I'll keep those available just in case. I've got the tracking sheet over here for when I need it. Sorry, back to the topic at hand. Trying out Forza Horizon 6 with the with my wheel and pedals, and it really means you need to bring the chair down to use the pedals properly, because most cars just don't have you sitting in an upright position the way an office chair does. Come on, Brian. I told him. I reminded him. Hey, we're going to have people watching, so get your stuff together. He didn't seem to do that. Guess I'll just fix this thing for work while I'm waiting on Brian to show up. All right, that's gone. Back to Dresden. Oh. We don't need that. All right, so I've got this ready. We've been doing pretty well on the analytics side of things. We hit in the first 60 days of any episode release, it averages 320 downloads. In the first 7 days, it only averages 187, but I think that is thrown way off by the early episodes, especially the first two where nobody downloaded it at all because we didn't actually post the feed until they had been up for several weeks. $707. What else? Is there anything we're missing there? Oh, I guess more about the Never Never in general.
Okay.
There
now
it is.
It's working. All right. So, Adam,
Yes.
listen, now that we've finished Grave Peril, I think it's time to make that announcement we talked about. Guys, Adam and I are going to quit our jobs and become full-time podcasters. We've signed a deal with iHeartRadio.
Yeah. That may be a reference that's a little too dated. I'm not sure how much iHeartRadio has to do with anything anymore. I could be wrong, but I thought they've gone by the wayside.
I think they
still do podcast awards, right?
Yeah, I think they still actually like own everything. It's just that they're not as self-promoting as they used to be.
Aha. Indeed. All right. Do you need me to stop this and restart it? Is it weird right now?
Do I need you to stop the recording and restart it?
Yeah, because normally when you jump in and I have it already recording, you usually mention that there's some kind of delay.
Oh, I haven't noticed it.
Okay.
So I think we should be okay.
Good, yes.
Okay. The holdup was that I couldn't find this.
Oh, what is this?
Which is the thing that attaches my microphone to my desk.
Ah.
So I was just like, I might as well. Oh my God, it's beginning. Oh God.
It?
1, 2. Okay, in the last 45 minutes, I've only received 2 texts from people begging for additional sessions before the June test, which is in 48 hours. So
yeah.
Gonna turn that off.
You got a good breeze going on down there, huh?
Oh yeah, this window will be closed when we do the show, but for
Yeah.
now, it's the way that we are not turning on the air conditioner, which would be even louder.
Yep. Yep, that'll do it. We got our new puppy,
Wow.
a new Samoyed.
Wow. Is this one also vanilla flavored?
Yes, very fluff. Very much
Okay.
vanilla marshmallow floof.
Okay, because they also come in like swirl or something,
I
right?
think,
Like,
yeah, brindle, I think they potentially can come in. The it's a little earlier than we would have preferred, but this one's free. So
wow.
that's big because her friend was having was breeding started breeding Samoyeds and said you can have one for free. And was like, well, I guess that's that then. Because they're like $4,000.
Yeah, I'd call you guys out for not just adopting a Samoyed mix, but given that you're taking care of a full fucking zoo of animals over there, I think you're doing your
We
part.
like to call it a menagerie. Thanks.
That's a better word.
You want to
That's
count
one of
them?
them. That's
Eight.
one of the Nelsat words.
Yeah, it's 8 ducks, 3 dogs, 1 cat, one cockatiel. Oh, and one of the ducks is a house duck, I guess at this point because he can only walk in circles. He got an ear infection and now he just doesn't get better. He's just walking in circles now, so he has to stay inside. uh, by the way, the cockatiel is ancient. Those things live for so long.
They
This
do.
thing got osteoporosis like 7 years ago. Bird osteoporosis, and it's still around.
That is impressive.
Okay. So, did you get a chance to look at the assessment document I put together? The rundown?
I got a chance to look at it. I'm not going to
very,
exaggerate what
very,
I did.
yeah, a little bit. All right. So I thought for the title, because I was trying to think of what happens between the two books, and we know that somewhere between the two books, Harry has a pizza delivery person try to blow him up with a bomb. So I thought that
Why
the
do we know
title,
that?
he mentions it in Summer Night. He
Mm-hmm,
says that he had to
mm-hmm.
stop ordering take delivery because somebody tried to blow him up with a bomb.
Uh-huh. No, so what we'll do, it's not answering the phone. Um it's like being questioned by the FBI, you know. Like no, I don't know anything about any mail bombs. We just deliver pizza. Blowing up a wizard? No. I like Lord of the Rings.
That's good. I was trying to think of okay, if we're changing it to that, uh,
We just do a lot of answering the phone.
you're right. You're not wrong. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it now to make sure it's clear that it's a
A pizza a teen working at Pizza Express.
just say a Pizza Express employee being grilled by the FBI, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you want to make any notes here about overall thoughts? Kind of stuff that we talked about already. Don't expect to spend a lot of time here, but it feels like the right place to start with a main
Yeah.
assessment.
So I think the thing to do is actually just to like this is a good time for us to sort of take stock at of like where the series could go from here.
Hmm.
You know, so just like what has been. That's I don't know where I'm even typing. I'm clicking buttons, but it's not making any. What has been. And I think we can kind of get a lot of mileage out of that because it's very the thing that surprised me the
Hmm.
most about the series, right? And that really kicked in after Grave Peril was how wide the lens got.
Yes.
I really thought this was just going to be kind of a fun series about a supernatural PI where the author like knew a lot about mythology.
Yeah, very monster of the week esque.
And I
Right? This
knew that
book is about werewolves. This one's about a sorcerer. The next one's about
exactly.
ghosts. There's going to be one about vampires. There's going to be one about Sasquatch. But, like, yeah, layering in this super interesting world in a way that always leaves you wanting more and always gives you just enough to understand what you need to know for this book.
Well, but the thing is, I knew the one thing that I did know is because I looked at TV Tropes, and TV Tropes is a great advertisement for Dresden
Hmm.
because Dresden is in all of the good tropes. Like Magnificent Bastard, John Marcone has a whole paragraph, you know?
hmm.
So I knew that there was like kind of a an arc to it, but I expected it to kind of be a little bit of a Buffy situation
Hmm.
where it was Monster of the Week and there was a sense of progression, but it was mostly Monster of the Week.
Right.
And it's not that. And I was just like sort of struggling with even how was he going to get to like there being a meta plot. And
Right.
oh, because this book kicks off a supernatural war.
Yeah.
And the thing is like I think the question at the end of Grave Peril is can this guy land the plane on this?
Right.
But there's just I feel like it's sort of a pivotal book because after this Jim gets feedback, right?
Mm-hmm.
Summer Night's the first one that he's written with. So he's got the 20 book outline already written. He knows where it's going to go. And it's not until book 3 that he opens up the world really at all. And I think it's interesting, like put yourselves in the shoes of somebody who's reading this, you know, who's read the first 3 books. Like, where do you think the series is going? And are you pleasantly surprised by
Yeah.
how much it deviates from that? Or does it need to attract a whole new kind of fan?
Yeah. Because I definitely have a friend of mine that said that they weren't a huge fan of how big everything got, specifically after changes.
Right.
Like it really changed the scope and scale of the series. And he's like, I mean, I enjoyed Battleground. I just want it just needed to not be that big anymore. That's just not what he wanted. All right, hold on just 1 second. I gotta check on something.
And I got to get on the YouTube with you guys because I am falling down on the job over here. All right, great. Now this should have, yes, Riverside and YouTube are working together seamlessly. It's incredible.
All right, sorry, apologies. So yes, so I think that's a good conversation to have. Um, and then this is the rundown that I created for the each scene gets its own line.
Hmm.
Trying to identify the specific things that have major repercussions for future books. There's quite a few of them, to say the least. Um, and then I also identified my favorite sections, and it was hard to really come up with something that I thought was particularly weak in this book. But I came up with my best bet. Is that scene where he's summoning the nightmare and Susan's calling and Michael is acting oblivious. Like that feels a little contrived to me. So as far as I could tell, that was the weakest part for me. Do
Yes.
you want to add your any sections in here that you want to highlight as favorite or weak, or do you want to take any of the ones that I've written down
Yeah,
for
I
you?
mean, I'm actually just going to highlight we talked about it a lot at the time, but the fact that it's done as a
The
flashback.
flashback structure, yeah, that's real
Yeah,
good.
and and specifically like the tonal shifting between the scene with Lydia and the scene with Michael is really really something else. I'm the other person watching.
Oh, dang it.
It's okay.
I saw somebody come on. All right.
Uh-huh.
Um,
And then weak sections. Yeah, like I don't love and I'll contrast this. I don't love the first scene with Charity. I feel like we could have gotten everything from just the second scene with Charity, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And I know you've already got that marked, but I'm just going to mark it too to
I just have these as separate subsections. And obviously, we don't have to go in this specific order. I just thought this was useful for our organization purposes. So when you talk about Charity's introduction, you could also just jump to say, and that as contrasted with this, right? And then we can,
exactly.
We don't have to go down this in order. Except when we're just like trying to make our way from one thing to another. But if they're connected, we can easily jump back and forth. And
I'm actually going to also highlight because we talked about it, and just with the interrogation at Mort's house, I think the cool thing is Dresden's a little bit of an asshole, and that's actually like kind of, I think this book is starting to get away from the noir tone.
Yeah.
And the private eye being a little bit of a jerk.
Yeah, shaking down the local kind of scum.
Yeah.
That definitely feels like what's inspiring that scene. And he can get away with it because the way he describes Mort kind of does feel a little scummy.
Well, and that's the thing. It's such a great it sets up such a great payoff that he's going to give us later, that it's really like it's good because it maintains like one thing that I want to talk about as we're doing this is how like Grave Peril is a step up in writing quality. But I think I don't know if I speak for both of us when I say this. I think we both think the more drastic shift in the series is Summer Night.
Yes, I do.
And I think that that's because Grave Peril ends like a part of the Dresden Files. You know?
Yeah, its own little mini arc. I mean, if you look, most of the arcs are in 6-book chunks.
Mm-hmm.
But within the first 6-book chunk, and I wonder if we could look at this, if there's more symmetry within the other 6-book chunks, right? Like, it would be Deadbeat, Proven Guilty, and
Why
White
6?
Knight, right? So 6 because in Deadbeat he becomes a warden for the first time. So the first 6 books, it's PI Dresden, more or less, or just Wizard Dresden if you want. The next 6, he's Warden Dresden,
right?
And then the next 6 are Winter Night Dresden. And so I think that kind of neatly maps different eras in his career, more or less.
Yeah. So the thing is, I think because Jim does the repeating thing with the Denarians and also I think the fairies, there's a couple different cyclical, like, ways of looking at the series. But I think that the way that I would chunk it is, books 1 to 3 are a thing, and then there's subdivisions within this, and you can sort of rejigger it any way you want to. But books 4 to 11 are a thing.
Right, because that's the entire war. Yeah.
Yes.
That can also be connected.
And not just that it's the entire war. Like, those are all, to greater and lesser extents, and like with some, they're all cases. Those are the Dresden Files,
Yes.
you know? And then after that, it's kind of the Dresden myth arc.
Yes.
Um, and I think that it's important to discuss in 3 that this is kind of the end of something. This is maybe the end of the Dresden Files as like semi-auto magic.
Yeah, maybe that's good to put in that first overall thoughts
Yes,
next
that's
to like
yeah. I'll write that separately, but that's kind of what I mean. Like as what has been established here. Like there's several ways he can take this. He can keep doing this, you
right.
know, and that he doesn't do, and he switches to like the Dresden Files, the books about the wizard PI,
Hmm.
and that's really cool. But he actually doesn't just do that. He's also setting up like the Dresden Files, like the modern fantasy, Odyssey or
Hmm.
whatever. Um, yeah. So that's, I think, something that to like weave in throughout the conversation is like this is the end of something, and that means that it's cool to talk about how he's setting up both that natural development of the series and that like radical change in the series.
Yeah, agreed. Um, now, when I was going through and putting in like important implication things here, um, where the heck is it? All of Harry's interactions with Leah, I kind of put that up here early in this fuchsia color, but then I had to also like all of Harry's interactions with Leah also down here, Um,
Mm-hmm.
so that's just a continuation. And same thing with like um, Harry's choices at Bianca's party, and then reconfirmed at the very end are basically the same thing. Um, and so I want to make sure that I'm not. I just wanted to let you know I'm not missing those things. That's why I put the extra thing there. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
then this is a question I had on all of them. I think these are all the new types of lore that we got. For me, I think Michael and the Knights of the Sword is the coolest thing long term that gets introduced here. Um, both Michael as a character, but also setting up this paladin like character that can act as his backup was what I thought was really cool. Um, so I don't know if you think any one of these is particularly worth talking about.
I think it's the vampire lore, specifically that we learn that vampires can also do magic.
Whoops, I think I just did something. Oh, never mind. It's fine. Okay, cool. Um, so we got the Dresden check-in during this
Mm-hmm.
book. This is a note I have from the very beginning. He's huffing and puffing while going up the stairs in chapter 2. It's like 5 flights. And it's like, buddy,
Mm-hmm.
you need to be in better shape for the upcoming books. Um, and I don't know if it's worth adding any extra, if you have anything to add to what I put in here regarding his sort of mental position. And again, this is during this book. So obviously at the end of this book, he's going to be in a really bad place mentally. And we might add that here if you want.
Yeah, I think really, um, just like Dresden in Grave Peril kind of seems to think that he has more responsibility to directly intervene in things.
Yes, that's a good point. Than in
Um,
previous books for sure.
yeah, I guess I'm just gonna write it that way. There's probably a better way to put it, but
And I think that comes from if I was to take a bet, I would say it's not that he feels that he has more responsibility, that he has more capability, therefore he has more responsibility.
so I think it's both because I also think that Kim Delaney dying, this is the ramification of it.
Ah, okay.
Like why is Dresden running around town trying to put the ghosts in order? because
Hmm.
he doesn't want somebody like Kim Delaney to end up doing it, getting themselves killed.
That could very well be. And then magically, when I was looking through the stats for this, he definitely does quite a lot more magic in this book, despite the fact that for a big chunk of it, he's missing like half of his magic. So that's
Mm-hmm.
kind of interesting. At least it's what we see on the page. Um,
Well, the book also takes place over a slightly longer time frame, doesn't it?
you're right. You're not wrong, actually. Five nights at Grave Peril versus only four nights and 4 days for Full Moon, and I think it was less than that. I think it was three for
Yeah, it's really three.
Stormfront.
Like the first one, because it starts at night, kind of.
Yeah, yeah. So it's more like three, and then like maybe one extra night.
I think it's that they have 4 nights, but there's really only 3 days, and Harry spends approximately an entire day unconscious.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot that he did that. He does that here too. That's why it gets all the way up to night. So it's a
Right.
perfect symmetry. So anyway, what was I just thinking about? Hey, we got a couple people joining the chat. How's it going? If you think we're missing anything, feel free to shout out. Tell us what we're doing wrong. Um, but yeah, so he definitely feels more capable in general, more sure of himself, and I that's one of the things I actually really like about it. Did I mark that early on? Um, I didn't, but like especially in Full Moon, he's just constantly going to places with no plan and then reacting to whatever happens. In this one, it feels way more like he's taking the time to get the information he needs before he comes up with a plan. Like
Yeah.
taking the time to go see Mort. Nothing bad happens when he goes to see Mort. That's not a dangerous mission, but he gets valuable information while he's there. And nothing really bad happens when he goes to see Father Forthill, but he gets valuable information while he's there. It seems like everything that he goes to do to gather information in Stormfront like goes wrong somehow. And it might just be
Yes.
that Jim has gotten a little better at cutting him a break so that he's not beating him up every single chapter and giving him some chapters to shine on his investigative abilities or
Well,
whatever.
I bet that's true, but also I think that, and I want to mention this. Are you familiar with Lit RPG?
Well, yeah, Dungeon Crawler Carl is my ticket into that world.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily know what makes something progression fantasy or Lit RPG,
Well, I
but
think lit RPG has to be the rules of the universe are following video game or tabletop RPG logic, right? That's kind of logic and tropes.
yes, but um, I like the Dresden Files is for me what I want to see in terms of um progression fantasy or lit RPG in the
Hmm.
sense that Jim does appear to have a character who's like learning new moves and leveling up and like he's taking that approach to it. But there's two things that I don't really want to see when I'm reading a book. I don't want to see the character sheet. I love RPGs,
Yeah.
right? But I don't want to see the character sheet when I'm reading the book.
Hmm.
If I'm going to do that, I want to play the game. And the second thing is um like when my character is in the tabletop, I really don't want the dungeon master to like us make anybody in the party just capable of breaking the rules because we're special.
Right.
Like I actively kind of find that to be not fun because for me, like even in D&D combat, for me the fun is that it's a puzzle, you know,
Right.
and it's a puzzle governed by probabilities. You're trying to stack odds in a way that gives you multiple chances to like solve the puzzle easily. You use your whatever. And when you break the rules of the setting, it undercuts it for me.
Hmm.
But Dresden also shares the trope that a lot of great fantasy has, like the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones, where you can't explain everything the protagonist does. The protagonist breaks the rules of the setting to certain extents, and that's cool. if you're going to show us the rules in a fantasy series, you should break them. That's not true in tabletop, right? So for me, Butcher is just doing what I would consider to be progression fantasy or lit RPG the way I want it to actually be executed. And yes, probably part of the reason why Justin's getting more capable is he's becoming a better writer. But it's also because he's making a conscious choice to
Oh
have this
yeah,
character
he's
develop.
definitely doing that, and that's one of
Yeah,
the points of this section. So we can sort of talk
exactly.
about that at the head of the session.
That's why
Um,
exactly.
so this is one that I saved for a bit. What other themes do we want to talk about for this book? Um, it certainly thinks it has something to say about doing the right thing, even when it's hard. In a sense, that's more or less the theme of of every Dresden book, more or less. But really, like in Outlaw, it's more or less stated explicitly.
Yes.
Um,
Now, I think the thing that we have to talk about um, is the theme of this book to a certain extent is meta plot because we still have unresolved meta plot from this book, and this book essentially introduces very explicitly meta plot. Like we literally meet Leah,
mm-hmm.
who has been referenced a couple times and is a thread between the books potentially. You know, Bianca comes back. Like a theme of this book is that these are not going to be disconnected series. There's going to be a meta plot, and I think this is where we talk about the party. Because we've talked about the party, but I think we need to kind of like lay down, okay, what's our call on what actually happened? Like what actually was Bianca's party in Grave Peril?
Yeah. So maybe how do we introduce this topic then? It sounds a little like maybe things happen behind the scenes, essentially, right? Things are going on that we don't see except in the small glimpses we get when Harry interacts with those things. Like Leah is an example, and the whole Red Court political situation is an example that we dip into in this book and will dip into again during the council part of the next book. But then that's the only part of it really that dips into Red Court politics and their aspirations and stuff. Um, and then we don't dip back into that until uh, Death Masks, really. So I don't know if that's a sort of through line to put that all in context of the meta plot.
Um,
Or do we just want to say introduce it by saying like this is the book that sort of kicks off the meta plot that has the most connections before
One
and
second, Adam. I'm
after?
sorry. I just got 3 people calling me now. Sorry.
How you doing, chat? Okay, yeah, we got this. Got this. Does he ever use ghost dust again? I feel like I remember him using ghost dust at some point in another book, but I cannot for the life of me place where that is. I thought he mentioned using depleted uranium for some other thing. For some reason, my brain is saying changes. Or maybe he mentions it to Molly in Ghost Story to be used. I don't remember. So I think we never see the ghost candle again, and I'm pretty sure we never see the dead man's talisman again. That's very unique. That's very specific, is what I should say. Because that one is only specifically to defend yourself against hostile spirits. And there aren't that many books, at least so far, that Harry's had to deal with hostile spirits coming after him. Most of his most of his antagonists have been.
He does
That's the
use ghost dust again.
reference. He does
He
use
does
ghost
use
dust
ghost.
against.
Yes, he does.
Where?
Mort uses ghost dust in the wall paint. That's great. I didn't even know that. That's great.
No, I
Where
think
does he
that's in
use it
Ghost
again?
Story. We figured that out because Harry can't follow him into his study or something.
Where does he use ghost dust again? He does use it. I'm positive.
Something was tickling me. I feel like he'd used it again, and I can't. When did he fight another?
It might be a short story.
Oh, you may be right.
Wiki.
Maybe the wiki
Help
will save
me.
us.
No, they don't have it again. Maybe it's just the depleted uranium?
Let's see. He definitely doesn't use it in something borrowed. Not It's My Birthday too. When else is he fighting spirits in such a way that he might need to use ghost dust?
See, the thing is, what I thought I remembered is that he used ghost dust, like, he uses it against the Lananshi, who is not a ghost.
Yeah, but he also has some iron content, right? He mentions that early in this book.
That's and I think depleted uranium work. Too is the other thing he mentions.
He mentioned I don't think he confirms it, but he's like, I don't know if they say about depleted uranium in fairies, but it seemed to work okay.
And he's worried about that in Changes, that they're going to find the depleted uranium when his house gets raided.
Right, he takes the ghost dust to hide it in Leah's garden.
That might be it.
That might be the only. You're right.
That might be the only thing we're thinking of.
All right. That'll be an option for us to say. And if you can remember where else he uses ghost dust, send us.
Or are we crazy? We might be crazy.
And as far as I can find, he's not used his gun at all in this book. I don't think he even takes it out because he's fighting ghosts, so it's not going to be very useful.
Does he even have a gun?
Yeah, his 38 special.
He must bring it to Bianca's. Like the second time.
I looked for the word revolver, and I could not find it. Murphy has a gun. Mickey Malone had a shotgun. Okay, so Bob does reference when Harry's like, I'm trying to figure out what I need to do about Bianca. And he says, hat up, go kill her, problem solved. And he's like, I can't go around killing people, Bob. And he's like, why not? You've done it before and you've got a new gun and everything. I think Susan has a gun in her picnic basket.
She does.
But I don't think Harry ever brings out his gun in this one.
He definitely doesn't use it.
No, I just did a quick search. I couldn't find the word gun or revolver. Revolver doesn't appear at all.
What is the chapter? Which chapter is the one where they like post the Lydia wrestling thing?
32. 32 is the one where the first half of it is fighting and exercising Lydia, and Thomas comes back, and the second half of it, they're in the Never Never.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I guess he doesn't bring it to Bianca's the second time, which is interesting because he totally would in the future because he knows that if you shoot a red court vampire in the belly.
Yeah, I think though, like he can get away with the sword cane because he can pretend it's a cane, but he's
No,
going to this diplomatic function. If he goes healed, I
I don't
think
mean.
that might be an
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
offense.
I don't mean when he goes to the
Oh, I'm
party the
sorry.
first
You're right. The
time.
second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, because he's gonna go there to do violence, but I think he's hoping for a snatch and grab. But you're right. He probably should have brought his gun.
But I think he's kind of thinking. I mean, what good is the gun against a red court vampire? Because he hasn't really like put together. You just shoot him in the belly.
Yeah. Okay, that's done. And then let me pull up the chat again. Stephanie says he mentions the depleted uranium a few times when inventorying his lab in a couple of books. I do remember that too. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the theme thing here, do we want to introduce it by talking about how this is the book that kicks off the major connections to previous books and future books?
Right. Yes, exactly. And then we lead into that, and I think we just then need to kind of like have it out and like say this is the recorded neutral territory stance on what's going on at Bianca's party.
Yeah, we need a stance.
Subject to revision, but we have to do it. Like we have to. Like that's kind of like we're not the podcast that we are if we don't make a
Okay,
call.
so what do we want to put there then?
Okay, so I think we have to say, why is Bianca doing it? Why is Mavra doing it? Why is Kravos doing it? Why is Ortega doing it? And then, like, this is kind of line break. Why are Leia and Farovax there? Like, each individually. Actually, I think maybe I don't know if this is in that first grouping, which is sort of bad guys, but Cal and Kumori.
I feel like we covered all of this in our.
It's we talked about it, but
Yeah.
I think we need to like the thing that we've done is, well, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this,
Okay.
but we've never put. There's like some mutually exclusive things. Like for example, if Bianca is pro, like one thing I think is key is like, does Bianca know, like, is Ortega a representative of the Red Court faction led by Ariana that's trying to start a war in part so that she can take over from her father? Like, is that already, like, is the war party with kind of that aim already a thing? Is that like a Black Council thing? Like what is, and is that something that Bianca is any part of, or are they just using her?
Okay. So what is
And
our
then,
stance then going to be on these issues?
So I think the Red Court conspiracy is already a thing. So I think Ortega is there because the Red Court conspiracy is already a thing.
And by that you mean the let's go to war with the White Council thing.
Let's go to war with the White Council. Maybe also let's replace the Red King. Okay. But like let's go to war now. We want the war to start soon. Like let's get this war going. And I think that it is tied to the Black Council. And that's why I'm saying Red Court's conspiracy. Like specifically, there's an element of the Red Court tied to the Black Council that wants the war already in grave peril.
Okay.
I think Bianca is like a lower ranking member of that conspiracy. So she's on a need to know basis. So she doesn't see the whole picture, but she's part of the game. Like she's not being taken advantage of, but she also doesn't know everything.
Yeah. I'm a little uncomfortable with taking a lot of speculation here and trying to nail down certainties.
Well, here's the thing. You can disagree with me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can say, okay, this is one I think we can, yes, that I like. I think that is definitely true. And you could say, I think that's really speculative and we actually need more information. I think that would be actually a good way to, like, what do we actually know about the party is maybe even a better way to frame this,
Right.
you know? But like, I think the thing that really we have to put together is, so like, is Mavra actually helping them? Or like, yes, she's there to monitor on behalf of Dracul, sure. But she's not just monitoring.
Sure.
So like, is everything she's doing just to ingratiate herself with these people? Is, Dracul like trying to get, what they want to, like, does Dracul kind of want the chaos as a ladder thing going on?
Hmm.
Like, what's the point of all that?
Yeah,
And I
I mean,
think,
what I'm trying to say though is I'm not 100% sure it's worthy of discussion if we can't really answer it and we've already speculated about it.
well, I don't think this needs to be, um like, this could almost feel a little bit like I don't want this to be a we spend 10 minutes talking about this.
Right.
I want it to be a, like, if if we're put on the spot and we have to say, okay, Bianca's party, like Jim said, we haven't seen all the shoes drop. What was
Right.
going on? What are we waiting for it to land? This is our best guess. Like, have a discussion, people. Right?
Okay.
Like,
So
we're
let's just put some answers in here then. Why is Bianca doing this party? I think compared to everybody else, I think her motivation is very,
personal.
very, very personal, very
Yep.
open, very obvious. I
Yes.
think she is the most obvious one here, and it's really just vengeance on Dresden and its ambition to gain power within the party, whatever. So
Right.
that's
And I
that's
think,
where I'm falling on this.
yes, I completely agree with you. And I think the only question is, does she know there's a larger agenda, or is she kept completely ignorant of that?
Hmm. I would guess that she does not know about it because she's brand new to that higher level of politics. And at
So
this juncture, that is probably something they keep under wraps.
that I think is something interesting. And maybe we can work this into, maybe it doesn't even go in the themes. Maybe it goes in the sort of discussion of the characters. Um
Well, I have the undiscussed questions here right underneath it. So it might fit better in there.
Sure, but the point is, like, that's an interesting character note where I sort of disagree with you on that, and I think that's interesting because the way you're painting it, I'm not going to say Bianca is a tragic character. She's not sort of noble enough to be tragic,
Yeah.
but she's a much um she's a much more pathetic character in your framework.
Hmm.
And I think that's interesting. Like, there's two different ways to interpret Bianca. If Bianca knows there's a larger political significance, then she's like a budding Machiavellian villain who just gets cut down before she becomes something like
Yeah.
Ariana.
I think she is essentially. Oh, there's the dog. I think she's essentially being used by many of these other factors
Yeah.
involved, and I think she's not ignorant of the fact that she's being used by them, but she's going to take advantage of it while she can, even if she doesn't know their ultimate goals. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And I'm just saying that, like, that version of Bianca is like a little bit more petty,
Yeah.
And I think that is like she might she's like, that version of Bianca is in a way really desperately clinging to the fact that killing Rachel is not her fault, right?
Yes.
In a way that the Bianca who is like more Machiavellian is deluding herself, but like that's not a core motivation in the same way.
Right. Okay.
So
So, do you want to add another question here?
no. I think it's just like, what is Bianca doing? I think we have two different answers. And like they say different things about the character, and that's cool. It gives you two different readings of the character depending on how you answer that question.
Okay, so then what do you want to put here for your answer?
Um, I think she is, a junior member of the conspiracy. Like she's fundamentally doing it because she's following orders. But like, why wouldn't she follow these orders?
Right, she's taking advantage of it for her own
Right.
aims here. Okay.
It's not a big difference, but it's a slight emphasis.
Right.
Okay, so Mavra is teaching Bianca magic. She teaches Kravos the spell thing. Like she's later going to get the word of Kemmler. Like, why is she doing all of this?
I wonder if Dracul already knows that Harry is a Starborn. We don't know when other people figure out that he's a Starborn,
Mm-hmm.
right? Dracul knows he's a Starborn when they first meet in Battleground. So has he known for forever? Has he had, people out gathering intelligence on other people that were born at the right time in the right place? And is she here to stir things up and see how Harry responds in order to, like, is she starting the Starborn intelligence gathering this early? The thing is, when it comes to Mavra, my gut tells me she never does anything without like 6 different sub motivations, right? Specifically because she's so clearly Dracul's like most trusted lieutenant as far as we can tell. And so I think it's really hard to tell what her true motivations are, but she might be here for multiple reasons.
So I think that's super interesting. Your answer is effectively that Mavra is the chess master, and we just don't see it. But Mavra is like playing like this multi-dimensional game, and this is one of those big things that Dresden's not aware of.
In this book, yeah, definitely.
Or like period, really. He doesn't really even now know what like Mavra's goals are.
I agree. And I think he probably wouldn't have spent a lot of time thinking about Mavra's goals between here and Blood Rights. But I feel like after Blood Rights, when he has to give her that book, he probably has spent a lot of time between the books thinking about it and wondering what he'll do if she shows back up again. But at this point,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I'm sure he has, but he's seen her like twice since then. And, both times he's been kind of like, what the fuck is going on?
Yes. But
You
that,
know?
I think, just speaks to how good she is at hiding her real motivations.
Agreed. Agreed. That's why I'm saying chess master. Like you're sort of identifying that's not an accident. Like Bianca is purposefully concealing herself,
Right.
and she's playing 6 different games, and she's got like a lot going on. Um, I think that Dracul has ordered her to get kind of keep up with the Black Council. And
So
that's
yeah,
why she
that's kind of
knows.
where I was going on. Like she's here for multiple reasons. On the one hand, she can find out how the local wizard, who is a Starborn, responds to this and provide intelligence to Dracul. Could we maybe get him on our team, kind of a thing,
Mm-hmm.
or is he going to be an actual problem for us in the upcoming thing? We should know what are his weaknesses, et cetera, et cetera. And then at the same time, I think she's also there to gather intelligence and or ingratiate herself to the Black Council. So I think we're kind of talking in the same.
We're not making a huge difference, but for example, you're suggesting that maybe part of the reason she stirs stuff up is because Dracul has like this other motivation of wanting to like know where Starborn is. I'm saying she's a double agent, and she is purely doing stuff that the Black Council is telling her to do because she needs to convince them that she's a member of the Black Council.
Got it. Okay. I think Kravos' motivations are even more simple and obvious than Bianca's. The way that he's written on the page, right? Um, he is vengeance and he wants power. So I think here, interestingly, I would say vengeance, ambition again for him but his vengeance and ambition are much lower in scale and scope than Bianca's are.
Here's, I think, the one question about Kravos. Like, I think obviously Kravos doesn't think that if he kills Dresden, he is going to, like, as a ghost, that he's going to stop existing.
Probably not. No, he hasn't. He hasn't gotten the full education.
Right. So is that just purely because Kravos is stupid, or is it also because Mavra has told him that he can come back through possession, and that's actually another link between people like Corpse Taker and people like Mavra?
Yeah, I mean that we're just getting real far out in the speculation there. I think, as far as on the page, it just looks like Mavra came to him maybe when he was in his jail cell. She just kind of came in through the window as a bat or whatever weird magic she can use to do
Sure,
that,
but
and said, "Hey, I've got an opportunity for you. If you take it up
but
on it."
I think that that actually speaks to something about Jim's writing, because that's insane, right? Like, a vampire comes to you in jail and says, kill yourself so that you can take revenge on your enemies. And I would be like, sorry, wait a second. Kill
Well,
myself?
he's gonna get the chair or like go to jail forever as it stands. So this, and I think that part of that offer is also I'll teach you how to come back to life for sure.
Well, if we think that's what I'm saying, if we think that really is part of the offer, I think that we should note it, because that might be important. Like, that is, we know, capital N and necromancy,
Yeah.
you know? And like, we get a lot of, like, if Jim is already thinking Bianca is a necromancer, right? Bianca
Hmm.
messes with ghosts and brings things back to life, and like, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's an interesting question.
Okay. Um, and there we go. So we think Ortega's there to support the Red Court conspiracy.
Yep.
Cal and Kumori are there
And
seeking
and
allies for the Black Council.
so here's why I want to say this, because I think that pinning this down tees off something in Summer Night that I think we're going to talk about a lot in Summer Night, which is Elaine,
Mm-hmm.
right? Who I'm on the Elaine Kumori train. I think you're on the Elaine Kumori train. It makes and that the only book where Petrovich is mentioned is Summer Night.
Yeah.
Right. So I think part of the big reason to answer all these questions is, okay, if Ortega is here because the Red Court conspiracy is a live thing, like Ariana's driving the bus on it, whatever, then it makes sense that Petrovich wants to be there overseeing it personally, because he wants to make sure there's a war, because he's going to fake his own death if they get a war started.
Okay.
Like, the reason why Cal and Kumori have to be here is because this is, like, how this goes determines whether the attack, big swishy quotes, on Archangel needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And also he's the expert on Red Court vampires and all that stuff. Like, this, I think them being at this party is one of the, like, key linchpins in the Simon Cowell theory.
Yeah, Stephanie says I always saw Bianca as a cat's paw used by the higher levels. That's kind of my thought too. That's what I was getting at. But yeah, go ahead. So if that's why Cowell is there, you think Elaine is here for a different reason?
No, I just think that, like, if you don't believe in the Simon Cowell theory, you have to explain what they're doing there. Or if you don't believe Elaine, if you think Kumori is Margaret Dresden, right?
Right.
Like, why is she here? Like, what? Like, wouldn't she stop them from killing her son? Like, whatever.
Right.
Whereas you don't really, like, yes, Elaine obviously likes Harry, but what's she gonna do? There's a bunch of, like, big league sorcerers and shit flying around.
Gotcha. Okay. So,
and then I think the key to ask about anybody else is, like, is there any further significance? Like, do we want to make any called shots? Like, do you want to say we're going to see the Faravax briefcase again?
Huh. I feel like Jim has said that it might come back. Yeah, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, we'll see it again.
And I think we also have to make a little bit of a call vis-a-vis
Okay, so yeah, so I think that's a good question. Will we see the pulp fiction briefcase again? I think Thomas's gift was pretty much just for this book. Mavra's gift of Amarachius plus Lydia as a sacrifice, pretty much only for this book.
And we don't even have to talk about those if you don't want to.
Right.
I think it's interesting to mention that, but we can skip too.
No. We can, as long as hey, that was one of the gifts, but we think it's already fully paid off within this book. Dresden's headstone, I think, is now fully paid off as a battleground. Right? He closes it off, buries the pictures of all of the others that died from his banner, and I think that's done.
And that's interesting because, like, one question to kind of follow up on that is does that mean that Dresden survives the series?
Oh, that's an interesting suggestion.
But
then the only real questions are, will we see the thing in the briefcase, maybe during the dragon / kaiju book, whatever it is, and will we ever see Morgana's Athame again?
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about Morgana's Athame.
Which one was Mab holding in 12 months? It was Medea's bodkin, right? Not the Athame?
That is a great question that that deserves to be looked up. But I just want to read you something because I wanted to like, this is something I think we should call a shot on a little bit. And I wanted to do more research on this, but maybe I didn't even need to because I just found this. So I just Wikipedia'd Morgana. Morgana Arthur is what I searched.
Mm-hmm.
So the Wikipedia article that brings up is Morgan Le Fay. Right. Perfect. Makes sense. And then I skipped to, I just clicked down to the heading that was Mallory and other medieval English authors, because I think that there's a reason that Elaine's last name is Mallory. And the first sentence of under Mallory and other medieval English authors is, Middle English writer Thomas Mallory follows Morgan's portrayal from the old French prose cycles in his late 15th century seminal work. Okay, next paragraph. In Mallory's, and he talks about how he makes Morgan more evil and Merlin more good.
Mm.
And then the second paragraph is, in Mallory's backstory, Morgan has studied astrology as well as nigromancy, which might actually mean black magic in general rather than necromancy. I'm just reading the Wikipedia.
Sure.
In the nunnery where she was raised before being married to Urian as a young teenager, unlike Mallory's good sorceress Demue, Morgan deals mostly in black rather than white magic.
Mm-hmm.
So if we follow Mallory, then Morgana's Athame sounds like inherently an artifact of necromancy. And I think that means that, like, we're definitely going to see it again.
Okay. And I did find the reference in 12 months. when Mab is trying to taunt Thomas
Mm-hmm.
to not give up on his life. Hear me, Wraith! Mab's voice rang out. She drew up from her belt a bronze knife, a knife I remembered from a red court ball long, long ago. Medea's bodkin. So I think they are one and the same.
That's what I thought originally. Okay. And then for some reason I thought they were different, but they are the same.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So this is the knife that was quote unquote cursed and got Nemesis into Leah and
Yes.
theoretically Maeve and Aurora and maybe a whole bunch of other people before Mab stopped it. And now she's using it, so presumably she's purified it in some way. It's not cursed anymore, doesn't contain Nemesis. But doesn't she use it as like a vessel? Or no,
It's the dagger used in the stone table in Changes.
oh, right. So she's already sort of fixed it at that point. That's what she kills Slate with, right?
Harry kills Slate with
Oh,
it.
right, right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. Okay, because the
Yes,
funny
take
thing is,
Medea's bodkin wizard, take his life's blood. So, okay, so they're one and the same.
and we weren't
And
sure about that until 12 months. Actually,
I
we've
think that
talked about this
is,
before.
yeah, I think that is the first real confirmation was in 12 months there.
Yeah.
So, Medea in classic Greek myths is the one who helped Jason get the golden fleece.
She also kills all her children.
She was also a high priestess of, wait for it, Hecate.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus. I forgot that.
Very good catch,
Holy shit.
Wolbreath. Huh. So, I guess the implication here is that Medea had this knife that was used in rituals and things like that, which gave it power. And then when we get to the creation of the Fey courts, somehow it gets introduced into that Arthurian lore that spawns the Fey courts, including Morgana or Morgan.
Well, that would make sense, right? Because of course we know that Hecate is the, like, we asked Jim about it. Like,
yeah,
Hecate is especially key in the Fey courts. Like, it's
right.
not just triple goddesses in general; it's her.
Yeah. So that knife finds its way over there, and it becomes important to Morgan, and that gives it even more power because now it's being used in these rituals over here as well. Totally different mythos is providing power into this knife. And then somewhere through the centuries, it gets picked up by somebody who's helping Nemesis, and Nemesis gets put into it in order to infect Leah and maybe others. And then Mab finally gets it again. I'm presuming again, if she's maybe had it originally at some point back in the beginning there, and now she's using it to power her own rituals.
Well, so I would bet that.
And in 12 months, doesn't she reference to Nemesis inside Justine that did she capture the one in Leah or destroy it?
I don't remember. That's a worth the look up. But the other thing is that my headcanon, right, is that she is Nimue. Like, she and Titania are Nimue and Vivian, like basically co-ladies of the lake kind of figures. They're the like teenage girl apprentices of Merlin. Morgana is traditionally like Arthur's sister. And there's also potentially other sisters, depending on which version of the mythos you follow. Yeah, Morgause, and they have Elaine here. I've also gotten like Morgan and Morgana as different. It's obviously very confusing. But the point is that, like, they could be even like that could be that, like, it might not be that one of Titiana or Titania that one of Titania or Mab is Morgana. Morgana Le Fay could have been somebody else entirely.
Okay, I found the answer about this. Thou hast cost me problems enough, twisted little deceiver. Already has Mab vanquished thee once. From 13 puppets you are now 12. So it shall be again, and you shall be 11. With enough agony carefully applied, the woman's mind will eventually be unable to contain the spirit, and the very vessel in which it attempted to enter my court will trap it before it can flee, at which point I will consign it to as much torment and desolation and confinement as my imagination can devise. Already you feel the part of you imprisoned and what it suffers. I will double that and more. Thing. You think yourself untouchable. How dare you strike at the world in my charge? So, I don't know if the implication here is that the knife in 12 months currently contains the piece from Leah.
I think absolutely it
or
is. Yeah.
if she used it and like stored it somewhere else where it is being tormented.
No, I think it's dead on.
I'm going to catch you all inside this thing, and I've purified it in such a way so that you can't get back out again. Maybe.
Yep. I've reversed the valve, essentially.
Essentially, yes, that sounds right. Okay, so that's kind of what was going on there. We now have a better thing. So when we talk about the, so I'm going to say fully dealt with for now, but still needed to capture the rest.
Well, but then I think we should also mention like potentially like a magical artifact. If this is a dagger of the high priest of Hecate, but specifically perhaps the dagger that she uses to murder her own children. And then like it becomes the property of Morgan Le Fay, who is a necromancer in the Mallory version of Arthur. Like this could be kind of a black magic artifact that's on par with things like the Spear of Destiny.
Yeah.
Right? So like this is, and the fact that Mab has this and has purified it, like it's a very powerful force on their side for now.
Yeah.
But it could also be the thing that ends up, if something's going to kill Mab eventually, like...
Ooh. There's your called shot. Mm-hmm. I'll put that under yours. So, okay. So I think we covered those elements. And then
I think that's good.
Okay. So under statistics, the first thing I wanted to know, and if you click on that spell use thing there, you can open up the tracking sheet so you can see I've updated that with all of the details from that all the notes that I took from this. And you can see that Harry uses 33 individual like spells of magic in this book, which is up from 29 in Stormfront and 22 in Full Moon, like on the page. And
not as big of an increase as I thought, but they're also a lot bigger.
Specifically the ones that he winds up using is almost all combat magic, right? It's Venta Servitas, it's Vente Ferro, and then he uses his shield bracelet about the same amount of times, but then he uses a lot more fire magic as well than he has in the past. And of that 29 in Stormfront, a lot of those, well, we got the Toot, True Name, and then we got a couple of circles that he does to trap, and he also has 2 potions involved in that. There were no potions here. So it is a lot more than in Full Moon, and more importantly, the shift to evocation has been obvious in this book.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Although
and I think it also makes
he did do 2 different exorcisms, the curse from Mickey Malone and the demon from Lydia, the ghost from Lydia.
But I think we can actually, like, maybe this is a like a thing to put a pin in. Like, I think Grave Peril kind of tells you, and this is like not as obvious moving forward. Dresden is like wizards usually have specialties. Dresden is the fire air guy.
Yes. That seems pretty clear.
And that's interesting because we know what a spirit of air is. It's the spirit of intellect.
Mm-hmm.
So what is fire? Right? Presumably ardor, like it's
Mm-hmm.
fervence, it's commitment, it's
Some kind of
determination.
passion, whether it be romantic or for a particular work or aimed at an enemy.
Yep.
It could be like righteous fury.
And in any other
Oh,
series,
dynamicism is really good.
ooh
Dynamism.
yeah. Ooh,
Dynamism.
that's
Damn it. I
that
can never
we should
make
actually maybe just use we're just gonna maybe steal that, Woolgraf. That's
it. Dynamism.
by the way, chat has been like, you guys are banging this today.
Yes.
Stephanie, Woolgraf,
Yes.
like extremely helpful.
And Wolgraf,
Um
yeah, having it be the classic soul/spirit stealing weapon, just like in the classic video game Skyrim. How it
um
traps
Also,
spirits.
Stephanie, I'm sorry, I didn't. I was looking up too much Wikipedia to see the thing that you mentioned about that word of Jim. If that exists, like, please pull that.
I thought I
I
remember reading that as well. At least that other people have said it. That Alt
so that
Harry, Dark Harry is an ally with Mavra.
that's
Maybe
something
I
that we
heard
should,
it on an actual interview. I can't remember.
but that's something we should 100% like mention in the Why is Mavra here, because it supports your checking up on Starboard thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Um.
So,
Anyway,
new stuff
but
that he does.
well, hang on, sorry. So just to put a pin in this, like, the thing that's interesting about that is in any other series, there would be a 2-paragraph thing where a wise old person, says, oh, waterbenders are patient and,
Yes.
right? And like Jim just does the symbolism and he just doesn't, like Elaine is lightning. What's lightning? Fire and air. That's why they're so simpatico.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like he just does all this stuff with things like that. And that's like Jim is it truly has a gift for like not beating you over the head with this symbology.
Yeah, and Molly is empathy, and her magic is sensorium, essentially.
Yes, and Molly is like, she does a fair bit of air-ish magic, like air adjacent stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like light is also kind of air magic, like but she also does like sounds and like there's something about that that's like Molly is intelligent but in touch with other people's emotions. And that's probably why she likes Dresden so much, because he's fire. Like that's a lot for her to kind of chew on.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Air and spirit. Ah, yeah, okay. I mean, we'll actually have to mention that when it comes up, because air and spirit is exactly like the quintessence, precisely.
Yeah, because air is mind, right? It's intellect,
Right.
and she's definitely at least in part a mind mage, though she's not allowed to use that beyond defense, essentially, for the because of the laws. But so yeah, that does make sense that she's air and spirit does make sense. Okay, so yeah, so there's not a huge amount of things to mention other than that overall thought, like bigger tilt towards evocation in this book, which is very interesting because Harry spends a lot of the book like depowered to the point where he can't really throw a fireball, but he throws enough of them and uses enough Ventus Servitas before and after he gets eaten that it still makes up for the fact that that he spent a bunch of time out of it. And then we get the first use of the Force Ring. I didn't put that in yellow. I should have put that in yellow. When was that actually used? Spell tracker. No, gadget tracker. I didn't put it here. I put it over here. Chapter 16, and I didn't put why it was discharged. What happens in chapter 16? Chapter 16 is Harry tracks down Lydia. Oh, it's the fight at Sumner's warehouse or whatever, manufacturing. fighting. There we go. Okay. His defense levels, like the amount of spells that he used, that like defense spells that he does, shield bracelet, it seems to be about the same number of times as Stormfront, but he definitely stops more bullets
Yeah,
in
that's
this
what I
one.
I put that in
Oh,
there.
you did. You did. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because I was like, that's I think the one thing we need to say. He doesn't use a lot more defensive magic, but man, does he have a lot of confidence in that
Yeah.
shield. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So then he does spend one tracking spell, like he seems to do almost every book. And then he does ectomancy for the first time. We get to see two different forms of exorcism, and then he also
Twice.
uses
4
Arpatorum
times.
4 times, going in and out each time.
Right.
Okay, and which is a huge part of expanding the magical, the world
Yes.
of the files in this book.
And we actually know that Aperturum is like a very draining spell.
For him at this time, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he only, like, after the fight with Agatha, he like has a hard time doing it to get back because of all the effort he expended in that fight. So I think I forgot to put the yellow on these. And then we're pretty sure it's the only use of the. But we'll mention Morton is Ghost Dust in
It
the
might
Wall,
be
and
Quad
then
A Wizardry. Does that have the ghost candle?
was that briefcases or side jobs? I think it's side jobs.
Yeah, it's the first one, I think.
I don't see it in side jobs. Briefcases is the second one. There it is. Yeah. Okay, the word dust comes up way more often.
Oh, well, maybe that's.
Oh, you know what? A lot of them are Society awaited us the roof, and it was DUST.
Oh my god.
How about we change it to whole word match, please? There we go.
Oh my god.
I don't see. No, he doesn't mention anything about ghost dust that I can find, because that's the one where he's helping the lady with the poltergeist or whatever in her house, right?
Yes, it turns out to be the kid, but yeah.
Yeah. So I don't see it anywhere in there.
Okay. Just if we were going to say that, I wanted to.
Yeah. It shows up again in changes, but I think this might be the only time we actually see him use the ghost dust.
No, I think you're right.
Revolver. So his physical condition is very interesting, and I can maybe put a note here for overall thoughts. Let me pull it back up. And for those of you on the stream, if you want to see this, I'll share this real quick because I put a bit of work into it. So,
oh my god.
So this is the spell tracker that I've been using to track, Stormfront, Full Moon, Grave Peril. Each of the different columns is a different thing, and this is his magical gear tracker, how often he uses the various types of gear. I was thinking the Sunshine and the Hanky when I made this, it would only have one entry ever, but it finally gets to have another entry in 12 months, and
beautiful.
That's awesome. So, but Harry's condition.
Well, two, because an outlaw also.
Oh yeah. I have not considered tracking those, but maybe those two specifically, the law and outlaw, are close enough. I don't know.
We'll think about it.
Yeah. So Harry's condition, I have his total, and maybe Brian, you and I need to work through and see if we agree on the strength numbers that I gave to the various things here.
Yes, I probably.
So the physical condition is, so he took a lot of bruising in this. He slammed into the wall, quote unquote, like a toy by Agatha Hagglethorne, knocked off his feet when Agatha reveals herself, knocked off his feet again when his shield detonates, knocked down for a third time after missing his fire spell. Then he's strangled by Agatha. So all of those, 5 of those happen in the fight with Agatha. Then his hips and his ribs land on a bier in the fight with the Nightmare Harry. That sounded very painful. Then another.
Yeah, that's honestly, a lot of the stuff in that fight should have killed him.
Yeah. And
Like
almost
bruising is a
did.
little.
Almost did. So then his whole body impacts on the ground after hitting the marble pillar with his head. And then
Yeah.
he's strangled by possessed Lydia, and then he's beaten by the Red Court. So overall, I think probably there's 5 instances with Agatha. There's 2 just regular bruising incidences that I specifically wrote down in the cemetery fight. Then he's strangled, then he's beaten. So, and I guess if you probably got to combine some of those things. So maybe 2 for the fight with Agatha, another 2 for the fight at the cemetery, and then another 2 for although being beaten by the Red Court is probably a 2 plus a 1
Yeah.
for the Lydia thing. So I'm thinking 3 and then 4, maybe 7 on my scale of 1 is like painful bruising and 3 is a broken back and 2 is in between. That's kind of where my scale has been. So I had it at a 7. I had it at an 8, but going back through it now, I kind of lowered it a little bit.
I don't know. So slammed into the wall. That's 1. 1, 1, 1. Let's say that's 3, 4.
Yeah, you can open
5.
up the oh, you're looking at the physical condition in the GP assessment. I forgot I copied it over there.
Yep. So wait a second. So 5, and then 6, 7, 8,
6, 7.
9, 10. I get a 10.
All right. Well, yeah. So all right, let's split the difference and call it a 9.
Okay.
And then he's got the couple of different head traumas. The first one is the marble pillar. That's going to be completely erased and fixed by Leah. But that's still really bad. I gave
I think a 3.
I considered each of these like a 3 and a 1. I gave it a 4 total on the tracking sheet.
Yep, that's fine.
And then
that should be a 5 actually.
I forgot to put the magical healing here.
That should be a 5, I suppose. 3 plus 1 plus 1.
Okay. All right.
Unless you want to just count the Lydia thing as 1 total. That's fine.
I was kind of thinking that's a 1 total. Yeah.
Oops. Sure. Okay, so 4. So, yeah, sure.
All right. And then he's got the wounds. He gets, drunk by the Red Court a couple of times. So he's got some puncture wounds. And then I just gave that a 1 because, they stopped pretty quick. So probably didn't tear at him too much. 1 for his minor burns, 1 for the minor blood loss. That's what I gave those ones. Yeah. And then
I don't even know if the burns are really worth anything, to be honest.
They did mention it that he had 1st-degree burns on his right arm and shoulder. And then you got exertion. Oops. Shift. There we go. So in the fight with Agatha, when his shield explodes, he's numb a little bit, and he tries to conjure a simple wind spell, and it almost collapses himself. So he definitely exerted himself there. I think that's like maybe a 2. And then he obviously he death cursed at Bianca's mansion, which generally has implied to me that you basically use the rest of your remaining life force. So that almost feels like a 3. Right?
Yes,
so I think that's a 5 total for magical exertion.
I don't know if I'd put it at 5. Do
Maybe
you think
4?
the Agatha one is a 2? Yeah, I think the Agatha one is like it's, I'm not saying, what is a 1 in magical exertion? Is it you used a lot of magic, or is it
I think it's
the amount of magic?
I think it's after a fight, Harry says, "Ooh, I used a lot of magic in that fight. I'm not going to have too much in the tank in the future." Now, he goes on to use another 3 Fuegos and a Venta Servitas in that fight, but when he mentions that he's starting to run out of gas, I kind of think of that as a 1. Whereas that's why here, when he tries to conjure a simple wind spell and it almost collapses him, that's what to me feels like a stronger.
That can make it a 2.
Thing. So that's why I thought that was a 2.
So that could be a 5.
And this was like a 3.
Yeah. The death curse is definitely a 3. So we can make that a 5.
And then as far as physical exertion, the closest thing I could think of was the barbed wire spell. The way he responds to it, he needs to take a second to sort of recap.
Well, and running up the stairs to the hospital, of course.
Yeah, but even then, the thing, he kind of recovers from that Mickey thing real fast. So I gave that a 1.
Yeah, agreed.
And then he died twice, so I think that should fall under exertion. generally
Yes.
speaking. So I just put
Yes.
that he died 2 times. I didn't even give it a quality, but I guess I should probably make it like 6 because dying seems pretty extreme.
I think just leave it at number of times died.
Number of
I think
times died.
yes. I
Yeah.
think that's better actually.
Okay. And then let's see. Where did I didn't put the psychological trauma on here. I got to copy that over from the condition thing. Oh yeah, I put that under mental condition. Did I put on the No,
separate death counter. Yes, exactly. That's what we're making it.
Yeah, it has to be a separate
so
death
we
counter.
can right, so we can figure out by the time he gets to changes how much it's actually just old hat.
Really? Okay. So, and then I think, whoops, I'm going to put this. That's the wrong place.
Yep, I like the psychological trauma adding up to exactly the same as the physical trauma.
Yeah, honestly. There we go. So,
or no, it's more, right? We had 9 for the physical trauma.
Yes.
Or we had 9 for like was it 9 or is it higher?
We had 9 just for bruising, and then the head impact was another 4 for a total of 13. So
yeah,
I added a new category: poison/infection/drugs for when his physical. I'm gonna try to rejigger this a little bit.
I think we need to make the red court thing a 4, like on the psychological trauma thing.
Where do I have that? The torture thing that I have on the sheet, or
yeah, I think it needs to be a 4, and I'm saying that in terms of like, I think this is the 4. We only
3
give a
is
4
the highest I have on the scale.
I know, no, I understand, but what I'm saying is we give a 4 for literally the worst in the series.
Okay, that is fair. I'll even add that to my notes here. 4 equals worst injury of this type in the series. Worst day of your life so far.
Exactly.
And let's see if I can.
And I think actually like we should rejigger that to like it is like there
we go.
It is that is representative of like the worst injury of its type in the series plus other stuff, like so the broken back in changes is the worst, like broken back Harry gets, right? But the thing that makes that a 3 is that's all it is,
right?
Like the red court torture is just, it's so much more than torture. Like the scene of waking up in that laundry room is probably the most horrifying scene in the series.
Oh yeah, the way it's described, how he comes out of the nightmare and he's like screaming and like.
And you've got like 2 women there, one of whom is now like a monster, and the other of whom is like feral.
Right.
That's the safe one, right?
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
Yeah. And I don't know. So he blames himself for what happens to Susan in this book. Does that feel like a 2?
It's a 3, but it can be a 3 in Summer Night if we want it to.
If Susan had died, I think this would be a 3. The truth is he comes out of this with hope that he can help her. So he does blame himself, but it doesn't affect him as much as it would be in the more extreme case.
And
so
then
that's
I
why
think
I put it as a 2. And the grief, the same thing. He's grieving Susan's loss to him personally, but he has hope that he'll get her back.
But do me a favor, put the self-inflicted blame as a 3 in Summer Night just already.
Okay, yes, because he loses his hope by that point because he can't do it. I totally do that. Yeah.
Yes.
And then for the psychic attack, why did I do? Okay, because he fends off the psychic damage from the barbed wire spell. That was only a 1, but then part of his soul was eaten by the nightmare. So
I don't think we should do a 3 there. Well, okay,
it's
maybe
a combination 3. 2 for being eaten by the nightmare, and 1 for like what he has to deal with when he gets rid of the barbed wire spell. That wasn't terrible, but combined, there are three.
Sorry, Wilgreens is killing me.
I'm
Consider
sorry.
a paranoia spiral counter.
Yes. I'm sorry. I had to add that up because I was using both monitors. I really do need to get another monitor I can put over here that I can normally have like my music player and Discord up on. And then
do,
during these, I can have the live chat up there so I can use the other two monitors.
do you just want another monitor? I'll just give you a monitor. I've got too many monitors.
Well, I need to get one that's going to fit in this specific area. I haven't figured out and
Yeah,
measured
that's
it yet.
true.
But hello, I'd like to exchange this. Yeah. That's a good point.
But anyway, the thing is, I think the psychic attack being 3, like total. The thing is, like, I feel like a total 3 psychic attack should be like additively, like it should be really like deeply significant. But I think Kravos eating him is. So like we do
Yeah.
get to a 3 in total.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
I mean
I
the
think
the
it's like
kind of
a
gibbering mess he is when he's inside that circle and Bob is talking to him after it's happened.
yeah.
Um
I think it's more like a 0.5 and a 2.5. You know.
yeah, you're probably not wrong. And then we
Um,
got the torture at the 4. Toadstool poisoning. He didn't really feel the effects on the page in the
yeah.
book. Like
No,
he's, I'm
agreed.
feeling nauseous. So I just gave it a 1 because he did deal with that. Oh, Jim says we'll see Mavra in Mirror Mirror. That's good. The circle, I bet, is majority non-wizards. That's an interesting question. And then the Red Court Venom is 2 different instances when he gets hit by the Venom.
I'd still leave it at a 1.
Yeah, because the one at the party is kind of not a huge effect.
He's more affected by the Red Court Venom in Death Masks than he is in this book, I feel like.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, let me put this back there. And then for his healing and recovery, he gets some sleep. I feel like there must have been another time when he sleeps and it's just off the page, but we know he sleeps for like a day or like 10 or 12 hours after Bianca's party.
Yes.
And then, oh, you know what I'm missing? He sleeps in the laundry room for like 8 to 10 hours.
Mm-hmm. He gets a lot of recovery in this book.
He does.
That's what makes it feel very different from Full Moon, in my opinion.
Right. And specifically the thing where he gets back all his magic when he eats Kravos, so that despite all the magic and exertion that he's been doing throughout the rest of the book, he gets to be at full power for the end.
I think we should actually up magical. We should up magical healing to the 5. Because he gets the 3 from Leia, which like saves him from perhaps
you're right.
certain
I'm not
death.
even thinking of the Kravos. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 definitely from Leia to fix the head injury. That was a 3. And then when he takes his stuff back from Kravos, I think that's definitely a 2.
Well, and not just him taking it back, because he gets some of Kravos
he gets
too.
more actually. So maybe that's more like a 3 then.
Well, I think it's a 2 because it's like not like the when he gets the winter mantle.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
know, like that's the. I mean, maybe that's a 4 then, but
yeah. And so I gave him like 1 for the first sleep and then 2 each for the other sleep. So that gets us to 5 magical healing from Leah. I think I actually totaled all these up. Extract of milk thistle, that would be about a 6. So I think that I baked in the magical healing when I should have not.
Do we want to put the extract of milk thistle as a 1 in medical assistance?
Actually, yes, that's probably correct. Right? So he gets roughly 5 from sleep, 2 from the laundry room, which is a nice long rest, 2 from the sleep after the party when he comes home, Michael brings him home, and then 1 from the 6 or so hours sleep at the beginning of the book. So that's 5 for rest. And then, 1 for the extract of milk thistle to help counteract the toadstool. And then what we said, the 5 for magical healing from Leah.
This is a little bit silly on my part, but just because I think it's more intuitive, because the rule is 8 hours of thumb is 8 hours is a good night's sleep, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we just make a 1 less than 8.
That's kind of what I'm doing.
Okay,
Yeah.
but did so we got a 2 for the laundry room.
Yeah. And a 2 for after Bianca's party when Michael brings him back and he sleeps for a long time. Or maybe a 3 for
Yeah,
that.
okay. I guess those are both 2s. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
And then 1 for that 6-hour stint at the beginning.
Yep. Okay.
That's where I
Yeah,
get to
that's
5.
fine.
Okay. So I think we covered all this. I'll go back to the actual document here for the people that are watching. Oops, not a script. Share. Um, all right. Actually, you know what I can do? I'll just share this. Can I share this Grave Peril window here? That way they can see whichever tab I go to if they want. Okay.
Nice.
All right. And then we got the rankings. So we got to figure out which of these is our agreed upon best line in this book, and then we'll each pick a runner up for ones we both liked beyond that.
Oh
Um,
man, this is hard.
it's really hard. Uh,
I man. I think it's Heckhounds.
yeah,
No,
that's
that
the one that everybody knows, and I think it's for a good reason.
yeah,
I think we can both agree on that one for sure.
it's not like it's not a real best line in the book in terms of like the building was on fire and that wasn't my fault. Like where
Right.
it's like a near like, like all happy families are like a Tolstoy level opening line, but it is very clever.
It's also exactly at the right. It's the right joke for the right moment where the tension is ramping up because Dresden's like, "Oh no, Leah's found us already." Like this is right after the Agatha fight, while fighting Agatha, and it sets the tone for this to where it's not always going to be dark and dreary and scary. Harry's going to crack jokes
But
like
see,
Harrison Ford.
but the thing I love about the line, the reason why I think it's the best line is because I think it's also like a great like a farce, almost like a farcical thing, because I don't like Harry, I hate it when you swear. What is Michael actually upset about? Like, would Michael say hell? Michael would say hell. I'm
Yeah,
sure he talks about hell. It's the holy shit.
right.
So repeating the holy shit and then changing the hell to a
Yes,
heck.
it's just such a great misdirect. It's so good.
Yes.
And I almost feel like when I read jokes like that, it's kind of spoiled because my brain starts processing the next line as
Right.
I'm but when I listened to the audiobooks for these first. And so when you hear it in the audiobook, it's the perfect way to say that.
Yes.
Because it doesn't get spoiled. The joke works so much better when spoken out loud. Okay. Do you have a preference for like a runner up?
Uh I think it would be the walls around cemeteries keep things in.
Okay. That is a great tone setting for that moment for
And I think we
sure.
could actually put in more of that
Oh yeah, pull it up chapter 21.
because it's the
I found it.
yeah. We don't need to do all of it, but I think just starting with the there are always fences around
Yes,
cemeteries.
got
Yeah.
it. Yep. And of course it did that stupid thing.
Because it's just like that is one of the cooler things Jim Butcher does in
Yeah,
this book.
it's one of those things where it's like mind blown. Now when I'm
Yes.
driving around and I see a cemetery, literally we were driving to New Jersey yesterday, and in New Jersey, I saw a cemetery and I saw a fence, and I'm like, that's to keep the ghosts in. And
Uh-huh.
my wife is like, what are you talking about? Yes. It's just such a great line to end that whole discussion. Okay, for me, I think it's got to be Blood of the Dragon, that old serpent.
It is really good. You know what I really love about that I think is good to say? That is that can go one of two ways. where it sounds a little bit too Warhammer 40K,
Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
Or it sounds a little bit too is this one of those Left Behind books?
Yes.
And he strikes the like fantasy Christianity line perfectly
Agreed.
in that
Agreed.
kind of like call out.
All right. Unfortunately, we only have the one like good name here. The
It's really
Nightmare.
good
It's
though.
good, and Mort is the one that coins the term. Harry just runs with
Yeah.
it. But we'll get more
Um
in the future. Better ones.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, okay, so now we got to rate Harry's relationships. I went ahead and put what I thought would fit. And if you recall, we have a 7-point scale where 1 is arch enemy, 2 is enemy, sees Dresden as an enemy, 3 is antagonist that sees Dresden as an obstacle, 4 is a neutral / frenemy, 5 sees Dresden as an ally, 6 willing to offer significant aid, and 7 will follow Harry into hell itself. So that's the scale we're looking at here. So we have the previously established characters. Murphy doesn't really do much in this book. I just say keep it the same. Susan, they've definitely gone to another level where they admitted that they love each other. So I feel like that has to go up to a 7. Or because of what she does in changes or before changes where she never tells them about their kid.
Well, here's the thing though. Like if we put her we can put her as a 7 here. But we have to then like we can say I think they're a 7 in the beginning of Ghost Story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think the intention of this is to say where do they leave
Grave
off?
Peril.
Yeah, Grave
Peril. Right? But I think that like between Full Moon and Grave Peril, they're a 7.
Okay, yeah. I can get behind that. But if you want to say by the end of this, because she turns him down when he offers to marry her, you're right. Everything that's happened has.
I don't think they're a 6. I think they're a 5.
Wow, you think? Yeah.
So like, but the thing we could do is we could say 7 for this book, and then we could say 5 in Summer Night, because that's when they haven't actually spoken for a while.
Isn't she Miss not appearing in that book?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, I think we either do it.
She does sort of hover over that book significantly. So exactly. We'll probably need to remember. Okay, so if we do 7 and then say like a 5. Oops.
Well, no, sorry. Yeah.
7 and 5.
And I think that's going to be interesting because we're going to get to juxtapose her with Elaine.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, let me pull up this on my other screen so I can see both of them at the same time. Okay. And then so we had Murphy at a 6 still. Bob, not much has changed. Harry's letting Bob out more often, but I don't think we see Bob's relationship with Harry really change until like Deadbeat, when he cuts off that piece of him.
Definitely Deadbeat is it's definitely at another level. We might even upgrade it next book though. I feel like Bob gets like a little bit more personality in Summer Night.
Okay. We'll monitor that. But definitely he stays a 5 here. Nothing significantly changed from the previous book. Then we got Carmichael. I'm sorry, Carmichael, you're
Yep. Can fill that one in until
yes, until Ghost Story. And then let's put him back at a 6, just preemptively, and then he's gone.
Yeah, again. I think that's going to be right. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so then no toot, no alphas. Sorry. Let's jump down to Rudolph. That's what I had next on this list. I think he kind of stays a 4. He's not actively hostile to Harry where he will be in the future, and he in fact is trusting Harry to fix Murphy in that one scene where he's like, you'd better come through for her.
4.
Right.
Yep, that's it. You got me.
All right.
Yep, that's a 4.
And then Bianca was a 1, stays a 1. Never change, Bianca.
Is there a number lower than 1?
Yeah. Okay, and then let's see. We got next. Okay, introduced characters. We got Michael. I think Michael starts out as a 6.
7.
You think? I
I
almost think
mean,
that. Okay, maybe. So I think by the end of this book, he names his child after Harry. I think that's
exactly,
definitely a 7.
exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think during this book, at the beginning, he might be a 6, and he's waffling down to a 5 when he has that crisis of faith in the middle after he's lost the sword, wondering if he's made the right decision to trust Harry. And then when Thomas brings the sword back, I think it fully reestablishes his faith in Harry. And when they fix the problem and it helps his son recover, then he goes straight up to a 7 at the end.
I think the thing with Michael is, and we can do this if we want to make it a little more interesting. But I think the thing with Michael is that Michael's a little bit tough because Michael is kind of a 7 for everyone.
That's not
Like,
wrong.
if you know Michael, forget about if you're his friend. If you're his arch nemesis, he will literally follow you into hell itself.
Yes, yes, but that's part of his job.
I understand.
But you're not wrong. I think it's going to be like this, right? It's just going to be.
No,
No?
it doesn't, because in Death Masks, it's a 6.
Because of what happens to Shiro, you think?
No, because that whole book, Michael's like trying to get Dresden to stay out of it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You know, he's like, I'm trying to help you, man. Stay out of this. He's not like, oh, you want to join the team? Great, hat up.
Gotcha.
Like,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what a
They're
7
a little
does.
bit closer. I gotcha. Okay. So
Yeah.
Charity, I put Charity at a 3 because she's definitely harboring those anti-wizard feelings that she's had since her her own magic career. And
I think that's right.
And she's doing a little bit of blaming any and all problems that happened to her husband on Harry. So I think she sees Harry as a bit of an obstacle, right?
Something we should, I think, like, be pretty clear about is that this book, more than others, sees relationships be very dynamic. And I think you can argue that Charity, bounces between a 2 and a 4 over the course of a book.
Yeah.
Like, she ends at a 3, but like when she sees Dresden in the graveyard for the first time, like that's what that's
that's
why.
right. Because when she thinks that he's the one dragging her into the graveyard, obviously her relationship to him drops down. That's true. And then when she sees him show up and start saving her, you're right, it might jump up to like a 4.
Right. And
but she's still like, you got me into this. That's why it's not more than that.
But she does name the kid after him,
Right.
So like we know that, like, Charity claims, like, whatever.
That she was still asleep when the name was chosen.
That's the line that's given. But I literally, like, headcanon, Michael didn't do that.
Agreed.
Like, Charity says that to like to zing and Dresden.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah. So I think that, like, a 3 is right, even though she does that because she's got such complicated baggage afterwards. But naming your kid after the guy, he's got to be at least a frenemy.
Yeah.
So a 3, I think, is fine, but it's complicated.
Just put a tilde. It's complicated. Then that breaks the formatting. All right. I'll just remember. So I was thinking Fort Hill starts at a 5. Because he doesn't have the same connection to Harry that Michael does. But it's established in this book that Harry has come to him for, what was it, holy water
water.
Or just holy water in a 5-gallon drum. That's what it was.
It's fine if we want to do it as a 5. It's really close to a 6 already, but that's also because of who he is.
Exactly.
Right? Like, this is another one where, like, like I said, Michael, you could totally put Michael. Oh, you're filling these under Skin Game, or under Summer Night, funnily enough.
Ah, son of a bitch.
No, that one's right.
Right.
Yeah. But conditional formatting.
How dare
you. Like, this is, I think we should just sort of, like, try to establish a little bit of consistency here. So Fort Hill, I feel like, would offer significant aid to Harry.
I just feel like he doesn't know him enough.
I agree. But then with Michael,
when I think of offer significant aid to Harry, part of that is also, like, risking something. And, like, when Fort Hill reveals the church's nefarious, secret church within the church thing, I think that reveals a level of trust in Harry that Fort Hill didn't necessarily have before that point. And so that's why he has to have some
Agreed.
room for him to grow.
Okay. Yeah. And then I just want to like say vis-a-vis Michael, do we want to have him as a 7 here? Or are we also
No, you
sort
know
of
what we gotta
saying
do? He's a 6-7.
no,
Like the
no,
kids say. No.
no,
Okay.
no, no.
Okay, but anyway. Yeah.
But
Um no, because I think he does end at a 7 on this.
yeah, he names the kid after him. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Okay, so to
Uh
Leah, um
okay,
I
actually
gave her
Leah
a
is a
4.
7.
Uh she's on his side as his godmother, but I don't think I'd categorize that as the same relationship, because part of this
So
is relationship both ways too, right?
I think right, sure. I think Leah gets a slash. So Leah is like a 4-6 or something. Like Leah is special because like Leah is different than every other character in the sense that like Dresden literally does not understand Leah's relationship to Harry.
Correct. But so then let's recategorize this as oh, I summed these instead of averaging them. That was a mistake. So the main consideration here is, I would say, a parent relationship as of this book, right?
Then
That's
3.
why I would say a 4. Yes, she's an antagonist, but she's helped him multiple times in this book. But you're right. At the end, he still owes her in a year and a day. She's coming back to get him. So you're right. That's more like a 3. I
Yeah.
can't disagree with you there.
I mean, it's really, we'll just say verbally that it's really a 6 or a 7 or something.
Paste formula. There
And
we go. Now
specifically,
it's
like,
average. Oh,
she helps him a
Jesus.
lot, but every way that he perceives her helping him is that it's a, you know, it's all just like a deal.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we can have the dots in there. Okay, so Mort, it's got to be a 3, right? He participates in this book under duress from Harry.
Yeah, I think literally an obstacle is correct.
Yeah, and then Thomas's apparent status, he's another one like Leah, where he's probably at least 1 point higher than what his apparent status here is. I think he's a 5 in this book.
I agree. Yeah. You could argue 4, and I think that wouldn't be crazy, but I think it's really a 5.
Yeah. And then we've got Mavra for the first time. 2? I don't think she respects Harry enough to really consider him an arch enemy.
Yeah, the question is, like, is she a 2, or is that just like a Blackboard vampire? I guess going by like Michael is a 7, though, like it's a little bit of his job to be a 7. He does name the kid after him. That's a little bit different.
I think by the time we get to Blood Rights, Mavra has to be able to upgrade him to a 1 because he comes and fucks up their scourge and everything.
I don't think she does.
No? Because she's not actively working against him necessarily?
I mean, like, yeah, and like I think the only time Mavra is really like it's like in Battleground, Mavra nearly like turns into a Blackboard vampire, and that just feels a little personal. You know?
But in any case, I think she needs to start at a 2 so she has somewhere to go.
Well, but I'm wondering if she starts at a 3.
You think? Yeah, because she
does she even give a shit?
Yeah, because she doesn't even see him as worthy of consideration at that point. That's fair. And then Ortega here, we don't get much from him, but we can speculate how he starts out. Maybe a 3 for the same reason.
Agreed. Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, this guy managed to pull a win out of his ass, but maybe he's probably not that gonna cause us. Yeah, he screwed up our Chicago operation, but like whatever.
You know what I think a good way to put it is? Mavra sees Michael as a 2.
Yes, agreed.
Dresden, as from Mavra's perspective, is Michael's sidekick. You know?
That's a good point. Okay, so we got that. We got it. We got to start finishing this
Yep.
as fast as
We're
possible.
going.
We spent too
I
much
put mine
time.
in already. We all agree.
Okay. Yes, and let me pull this back up. The results are unanimous this time about
Yeah.
Grave Peril's position. 20 people all agreed 100% it shows up above the other two. We definitely had some detractors when we did the last one, so that's interesting. And then the title quality is about 2/3 think that Grave Peril deserves to be above the other two, and then it's a split for the rest that think that maybe Grave Peril deserves to be between versus below. So most people definitely think that the title of Grave Peril is better.
I think we actually are going to spend more time talking about the title than ranking the book in the
agreed,
series.
agreed. We've
Yeah.
talked about we've spent a lot of this thing making comparisons to the other, so we'll probably sort of glimpse over this real quick. Because it's unanimous, there's not as much to talk about. If we get to Summer Night and people are gonna, half of them want to put it above Grave Peril and half want to put it below, that would be
Yes.
more interesting to talk about.
Exactly.
Okay, and then I asked this other one, which got better votes because I figured I don't know I put the other one in as a text post with the links inside of it, and I think that was a mistake because it didn't get upvoted, so hardly anybody saw it. But I think if I put them in as individual links to the straw poll, they'll like show up as a thing you can click in Reddit to like vote, where you don't have to even leave the site. I think that one provided way more engagement because this one I put that in that way only 10 hours ago, and it's got way more votes than the other two had. So this one, surprisingly, Stormfront worked. Stormfront won that.
Sure. Yeah.
And I'm just going to take the stats and put it here. Oddly, Beyond Deadbeat also won. Oops, can I do that there? Yeah. So what else is interesting about this? As I expected, Grave Peril and Summer Night are both up there. And Stormfront really did hook a lot of people.
I mean, I think
which is to be
yeah.
expected.
Yeah.
It's not a bad book, and
I mean, really, this is why the narrative about Full Moon is what it is. The fact that it's below book 7 is saying something.
Yeah, definitely. But I think also the people that that put Stormfront as the one that hooked them probably did enjoy Full Moon when they read it for the first time. More so,
did.
Yeah. I think, like we've said that before, only in retrospect does Full Moon seem significantly weaker.
Well, I think what I'm going to say is like it really, the thing that we didn't do is define click, because we wanted people to use their own definition.
That's true.
But I would say Summer Night was the first book that clicked with me. That wasn't the first book I enjoyed, and that wasn't the first book that made me think, oh, I'm going to read the rest of this series. That was just the first one that made me go, this guy's onto something.
Yeah, I mean, when I said click, what I was really thinking of, like, there must be a book at some point where you go, oh, I need to read the rest of these now. This is great. I want to know so much more about this. So that's kind of what I was thinking of when I was thinking click.
Yeah.
Versus, yeah, okay, this one convinced me I'll probably finish the series. There's a different level of energy to this one clicked with me, right? That's what I was trying. That's why I tried to use that phrasing. And then because the first thing that happens in Summer Night is Billy helps Harry avoid a Red Court assassin in the form of a ghoul and some I think human accomplices, like some kids or something. I came up with this question. Like, I don't know the answer to that, and I maybe that'll draw some interesting discussion to get the hype around.
You know what?
First.
I think there is a clear answer to that, but I think that there are very interesting implications from that.
Yeah. So I just we can talk about it on that first episode, unless you've got a better idea for those first couple chapters.
No, I think that's great. I think it's really interesting that, like, for example, like the taser thing Dresden has, like he uses after White Knight, I think in Small Favor, the taser.
He has a taser.
he's got some electric spell that he uses.
Oh, he uses it in Full Moon against McFinn.
No, no,
He
no, no,
has
no,
his fingers that he uses electricity to shock McFinn.
no. Elaine has some thing that like Harry then kind of copies and uses on the Denarians in small favor. I think
Oh.
in the scene where he's stitching up guard or something,
Oh, when they're trapped in the house. You
and
might be
like
right. I don't remember it. Oh, yes, up in the house.
yeah,
Up in the bedroom. I do remember something. Does he grab like an electric cord or something?
yes, it's like a spell though that like
Yeah.
plugs it in and like whatever. But like that suggests that if you killed somebody with the electricity from the wall outlet using that spell, like that wouldn't break the first law.
Okay, so yeah,
Like
we can
the
talk about that then.
yeah, I think that's interesting.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab some water and then we can
Yep,
get started, right?
absolutely.
All right, guys, we will be right back to get started with the actual thing. Only 1 hour later than anticipated.
Woohoo!
All right, be back in a second. Those of you that stuck around get to see the puppy pictures.
The puppy pictures, oh my gosh. Oh, it's just floof. It's not even a thing. It's just floof. It's living
It's pretty
floof.
much just living floof. Yes.
Oh, the ears. Oh, they're so floppy. Wow.
This was the house we picked him up from. they were all watching from the window as we picked him up. Like, we gotta watch out for those guys
You
tracking
see me
us
rolling.
down. Oh man. Okay. Let me pull this up, and the stream is gonna go down, guys, temporarily, and then it should come back up. But if it doesn't, just refresh the page, and it should come back up. We got to just take a fresh cut here. All right, so it should be, there it goes. Check 1 2. Excellent. Okay. So now, are you ready? Any final thoughts we need to adjust? You change over your microphone?
I believe I did. Does it sound any different?
It does sound correct, and it looks like it's correct in the system as well.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome to Recorded Neutral Territory, where the spoilers go all the way through 12 months. I'm Adam Ruzzo, and joining me, as always, it's a Pizza Express employee being grilled by the FBI. It's Brian O'Reilly.
A bomb in a delivery? I don't know anything about that, man. To kill a wizard? I liked Lord of the Rings.
Wrong wizard, but close enough. You're free to go. Okay, Brian, this is our Grave Peril assessment episode. This is the one where we look back at all of the 17 different episodes that we talked about Grave Perils. We talk about the overall book itself, but also some of the things that we missed, some of the stats that we collected, some of our favorite parts, and some of the major repercussions that are going to echo forward in the series as we go forward. Let's start with your overall thoughts here. Talk to me about the Grave Peril as a book in its completion here at this point in the series.
So we're going to get to, how we think this stacks up against the other books in the series at the coda of this show. But I don't think it's a spoiler to say that, we thought that there's definitely some upticks in quality in Grave Peril. And I think one thing that's really interesting is not only does Jim improve as a writer, he sort of creates directions for the series that you might not have anticipated when you read Stormfront or Full Moon.
Yeah, this one definitely makes connections bridging across both before and after itself in ways that the first two books just didn't do. The first two books set up some potential future questions, right? Technically, Harry is no longer under the doom of Damocles at the end of the first book, but we still don't know much about this White Council thing. And that's kind of the only hanging plot thread, like that, and like maybe his fairy godmother that he mentions once or twice, I think. And Full Moon seems to have even fewer connections to future books, with the exception that in Full Moon, the alphas get introduced as a new set characters, and as a new set of characters, and they could easily recur. And of course, they do recur quite significantly throughout the books, whereas it feels like Murphy is like the character that's just going to be consistent through most of the books by the time you're done with Full Moon. So character-wise, it feels like, okay, we've seen one set of new characters. Are the werewolves ever going to come back again? And then when we get here, we get so much more mythos in this book than we got in the first two combined, because all the werewolf lore that we got in book 2 was really localized. It's like, oh, it's that lycanthrope gang, and they're like destroyed by the end of the book. They don't exist anymore. And it's like some corrupt FBI guys using magic, and just aren't anything bigger than what's happening in Chicago in those books. This one introduces stuff that is so much bigger than what is happening in Chicago and gives you such a much higher level view of what the rest of the series could be.
And I think it's very interesting that, the first book, titled Stormfront, but we discussed in that assessment episode how the original title was Semi-Automagic, which is about as noir as you can make an urban fantasy title.
Yeah.
I mean, that is really perfect for that, note. And this series, like the Semi-Automagic series that could have been, ends with Grave Peril. Because that series is one where characters like the Alphas don't recur. They're one-offs, they appear in the book, oh, they're kid werewolves, and you just never see them again. That's a series where you don't need to know about 3 different vampire courts, because the monster of the week is one vampire, and if you need to make a different kind of vampire, you just make a different kind of vampire later.
Right. You could have had the Red Court Vampire Killer book, and you could have had the White Court Vampire Killer book. That was kind of what White Knight was. And then you could have had a Black Court Vampire Killer book, and they wouldn't have necessarily had entire political structures behind them.
Right. They're just X-Files. This is a type of monster. Now, next week, here's another type of monster. And at the conclusion of Grave Peril, Butcher has opened a door that I think if you're reading the first 2 books, you want him to open, because the series is titled The Dresden Files. And I think what you want is to have not the, sort of monster of the week sense of the X-Files or of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but you want to have the sense that there is a connected world behind it, the way those, shows had. The X-Files has its meta-plot episodes, the whole alien government conspiracy, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer has the whole, big bad sort of concept of hellmouths and, stuff that gets introduced a little bit later, like in the Dresden Files, but that's suggesting that there's a bit of a momentum towards a final confrontation in the series. But within that structure, it still feels like a Monster of the Week series. That is, I think, classically the thing that you sell people on the Dresden Files being. And that's not what books 1 and 2 are. It's something that kind of gets started. Oh, there's a reoccurring cast. Oh, look, it's the Lone Gunmen. They showed up in an episode a season ago. That starts in Summer Night and ends in or before Changes.
Yeah, we see pieces of that come back in things like Small Favor and White Knight, and even in Summer Night, where Harry's on the case to find out who really killed Ronald Rule and where did the thing go, right? He's doing the investigative stuff in some of those books, but having the entire book fall into those tropes of the procedural, recurring Monster of the Week style, which, don't get me wrong, that could have been a fantastic series all by itself, right? Jim got better as a writer. He could have written all of the books similar to these first couple and had it much more emphasis on that noir element and less emphasis on the big time fantasy epic. But he decided to go in that direction. I personally am happy that he did, but I know people who have read the books and said, I liked it more when it was a detective story and less when it was this big fantasy epic. So he made his choice, and I really liked it the way that it came out. But you're right. This is the divergent point right here.
And I think, to be clear, there's 3 paths he can take, not just 2. And he sort of does a very interesting thing where he trods down one in service of another. But the 3 paths are, Adam, when you were a kid, did you ever read the Hardy Boys or?
Oh yeah,
Nancy
I read all of them. I read all the Hardy Boys.
Exactly, and this is a very gendered thing, but I of course read the Hardy Boys. My wife read every Nancy Drew book. That's but those books have you could pick up any one.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it doesn't matter. Some comic books, I feel like, especially back in the day, had this. It doesn't matter what issue you pick up. Like, there's no, necessarily important overarching plot. You can just, this is like a Hercule Poirot, a Sherlock Holmes is a little bit different, but it almost has this sense of it doesn't matter where you pick it up.
Right, because they always wind up the same as they were when they started, more or less. You don't have to. You don't
Yes.
need the history of what happened.
Like, it is a sort of invention in Sherlock Holmes that Irene Adler is an important character. Irene Adler is an important character. She is the woman, but she literally appears in one story. She
Yeah.
does not recur because nothing reoccurs in Sherlock Holmes except Holmes and Watson and like a couple of police inspectors.
Mhm.
But there's this other thing that is a little bit more modern where you do that series, but there's a time element to it that's a little bit more significant. Like, I went from reading the Hardy Boys to reading Animorphs,
Oh yeah.
which is very Monster of the Week, but there is an overarching plot that has a beginning and an end. And there's a connection. Things recur, like things get more complicated as you go through it. This is, Tom Clancy's, like the Jack Ryan series of books. You can kind of start them anywhere. It's not going to like throw you if you don't, but there is an order in which you can read them that makes more sense because the plot develops based on things that happened in the last book in a way the Hardy Boys just doesn't.
Right.
And Jim's doing the first one up through Grave Peril until Bianca reappears. There's not a single line of continuity that really connects the books outside of like, oh, there's Holmes and Watson, there's Harry and Murphy. Carmichael is already dead at the end of 2. Like, there just seem to be these blips of things that occur, and they don't really stick around that much. There's a good guy cast, and there's rotating bad guys. But Grave Peril suggests, no, you can't just read them in any order. Bianca doesn't make sense in Grave Peril unless you've read Stormfront.
Yeah. It's become what the heck is the word I'm looking for? Not just series, but a serial. Sorry, serial. It's become serial in that way. You have to read it in order to get the proper context that's expected when you read it. I mean, Jim does his best, and he does pretty good job of creating these on-ramps, right? Grave Peril was a decent on-ramp. I think we know that Deadbeat was written to be an on-ramp for people. I think Summer Night is actually not too bad of a place to start either. We talked about that in an earlier episode where you would start. But in general, you do want to read them in a particular order. So that is where it starts right here.
But he goes beyond that because what he's really doing is he's not just setting up a series of case files books, like a lot of series where you benefit from reading them in order, but you don't have to. It's going to be the same thing over and over again. Like Sherlock Holmes is a little bit richer if you know that he goes over Reichenbach Falls and, he sort of comes back to life and, like that makes it a little bit richer, but it's not necessary. You could read them out of order. You wouldn't miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's different from a modern story where the series is, Chronicles of Narnia. Like you benefit from, reading the other books, reading them in the right order, but if you don't, it's fine. But a modern concept of fantasy is something more like Lord of the Rings, where it's a long story, but if you pick it up in the middle, you're not going to be like, oh, I feel like I missed an episode. You're going to be like, what the hell is even going on?
Yeah, it's more like one story that's been divided up than it is. You're right. Those are the two extremes, right? The Hardy Boys, where you can pick up anything, whatever you want, or the Lord of the Rings, where if you pick up in the middle of the Two Towers or at Return of the King, you're going to have no idea what's going on. And I think, yeah, so your argument is that the Dresden Files kind of rides that line between the two in many cases?
It rides the line between that middle group, the serial series, where it benefits from chronology, to you have to read it in chronology. And the thing that makes that so interesting is that you don't realize that it's going to be so important to have past knowledge of previous books until something like changes, where, oh, it's no longer going to be that series anymore. you can't read 7 and 8 out of order and it doesn't have an effect. Because if you read 11 and 12 out of order, that's a game breaker.
Yes. There's
So,
definitely some that fall into that category.
so Jim does this really interesting thing in Grave Peril where he lets you know, no, it's better to read them in order because he brings back a villain from the first book. And that's your signal. You can't just read these in any order. It's better to read them in the order I write them.
Yeah,
But he
despite the name, the Dresden Files kind of implying these are separate stories.
Right. But he's doing that, I think, because, and obviously he's got the 20-book outline, he actually knows that it's really closer to Lord of the Rings if you were to take it as a whole 20-book series. And that's really interesting. I can't think of another series where if you read the first 2, you're like, okay, cool, wizard detective, right? I guess I'll read 3 before I read 4. And like now, if you asked me, having finished 12 months, like, can you even read the series slightly out of order? I'd be like, yeah, I mean, if you get lucky, it won't be bad if you skip a book. But man, there are some books that if you skipped them, like, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, but to counter that, we asked a question this week saying, which book really clicked with you? And some of the ones said, oh, actually, it was this book, Small Favor, because it's the one I picked up at the library first.
Right.
And it made me want to do this. And we've seen people say that, or my first book was Cold Days, and it made me want to read the rest of the series. So it's obviously able to successfully hook people despite them coming in late and not getting that information in the previous book, with several examples. I think Deadbeat was a common one. Cold Days we had a couple of times, and Small Favor I've seen once or twice. I mean, it seems like people have picked it up in many different places and still decided to keep going because the first time they picked it up was a book that hooked them and they didn't have that earlier context. So it's good enough to get by without it.
Yes, and that's absolutely right. And it's really a good point that you mentioned that. But I really do find it just remarkable that, I mean, because remember, Jim still hasn't seen any reader feedback until we start talking about Summer Night. So
Right.
Grave Peril is another book written completely in the dark. And not only does he have the 20-book outline, he's decided in Grave Peril, look, I got to do Bianca's party here. Yes, most of the things I talk about won't be relevant for literally years, right?
Yeah.
But I've got to do it here. That is a really ballsy decision.
It's a big swing. Yeah.
Because he signals to you this is going to be one of those type 2 serial ones where you're right. You can read it out of order, but it benefits from being read in order. But he is on another level saying, like, we do hear about some people picking up certain books, but you never hear that with changes.
Yeah. So my main overall thoughts here were fairly simple. I thought it had a much more satisfying ending, and I really enjoyed seeing Dresden be more competent in this book. And that might be entirely by design, right? Jim is trying to show you that he is getting more experienced, both as an investigator and as a practitioner. And that really comes through in this book, and I enjoyed that a lot. Michael is one of the best side characters introduced in the entire series, and this is his first book, of course, so that makes it special. And I personally loved the expansion of the world, which is why I also really like Summer Night for that same reason, where we'll get a lot more world expansion. I always have all these questions about what does that mean for the wider world, and hearing Jim answer those questions is a personal favorite part of the series for me. Now, that having been said, let's talk about this book itself from a couple different angles. Which major events have important repercussions for later books? What are our personal favorite sections? And what are the sections we think personally are the weakest? So kind of going chronologically through here, we have that first racing to catch the ghosts at the Cook County Hospital at the beginning in the first night. Then we've got this cool flashback to Harry's office, Brian. We talked about this a couple of times, and I think we both agreed it works really well to establish this story.
I marked this as one of my favorite sections because I don't know if this is a memory or an invented memory, but I feel like reading that for the first time, I went, what happened? Because it made sense to me the moment I found that Jim was 25 when he wrote Stormfront, because that flashback is such a step up in intricacy.
Mm-hmm.
From the author who last book was like, okay, I need him to not do anything. I'm going to knock him out. Like he's just like, oh, I'm going to tie him up. Like he's just doing that to just get time skips, and it's fine. It works, but he's clearly like kludging it together to this extremely elegant, like layered structure thing that gives us all this exposition while being fun and interesting and introducing a ton of new characters. And it's just so exceptionally well done. And it's the first time in the series he does anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So after that, he meets Lydia during that flashback. We then finally get to the actual fight with Agatha when we flash back to the present. And I have to say, all of Harry's interactions with Leah here, not only in this scene, but throughout the entire book, are major setup for the ramifications of what happens in the rest of the series, because how he ties himself deeper in debt with Leah is how Mab gets him with her 3 favors. Remember, he paid off 2 of those before changes, so he was almost home free. If he doesn't go that deep into debt with Leah, maybe he's not that deep into debt with Mab by the time we get to changes. Probably doesn't change too much. He's still got his broken back. He's still got to do something. But there's just major ramifications. Almost everything that happens with Harry and the Fae courts between here and changes is set up by what happens in this book, because Leah really wasn't able to bother him until he broke his word 2 more times in this book.
Yeah. And I think that you really need all of this to happen. When you're reading it, it feels like it's a little bit overkill. Like how dumb is Harry going to be with dealing with fairies, right?
Yeah.
But Jim really needs to make this happen because he needs to really have you believe that Harry's screwed, so that when Mab walks into his office, even though you know it's a bad idea, you don't think he's stupid for taking the deal.
Yeah. And then, of course, we get to Charity's introduction, which I know is something you had a bit of a problem with.
Yeah, so I said it when we talked about the scene. I don't like the first chapter with Charity because I feel like it introduces her as being sort of a little bit of a shrewish caricature of, certain kinds of especially religious women that I think is just, Jim not really knowing how to make her completely 3-dimensional. But the thing is, he rescues it so significantly in the Night 2 graveyard scene that I almost wish he just didn't do the first introduction to Charity, that it was like she's barely introduced as a character, that she barely has lines, because it works so much better if Charity is a jerk to Dresden reflexively after the graveyard scene because he, quote unquote, he kidnapped her, than just in the beginning. Now, obviously, I know that in Proven Guilty, Jim is going to introduce Charity's backstory in a way that really explains her introduction to Harry in the first scene, and it does make sense in that lens. I don't really think that you should, say, well, this isn't going to feel great now, but in 7 books, you're going to come back and you're going to, I think that that's a little bit too indirect to work really well in the context of Stormfront. But I can even look past it in this book because he makes Charity out to be such a badass the second time we meet her, that the fact that she's a little bit of a caricature the first time we meet her is forgivable.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is it's much less of an issue because in the same book we get a different portrayal of her, which is very valuable to make her more 3-dimensional. So by the time we get to day 2, Harry has declined Bianca's invitation, and he's investigating the attack at St. Mary's. And of course, all of Harry's interactions with Michael and with Father Forthill will solidify these 2 very important allies throughout the rest of the series, right? There's I don't know, 5 or 6 books featuring Michael very prominently coming up after this. Father Forthill features as a smaller piece of pretty much all of those books and more. So getting those characters established here is very important. But what happens after that is, I think, an important element that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but I know you thought it was very valuable. It's when Dresden goes to visit Mort, and he's kind of a dick about it.
Yeah.
In
So-
more ways than one.
Yeah.
A private dick, as it were.
Right, and that's the thing. That feels like you said it during our pre-show. It feels like, the film noir private dick shaking down, rounding up the usual suspects and, getting the information out of him, even if he's got to push him around a little bit. If he's just got to lean on him. And it feels like that, and it is that scene, and I like that a lot because I don't want Dresden to be a bad person. And, I think that your mileage may vary, right, on how Dresden's views on women, even though they're a very understandable character flaw and Jim pays it off in a lot of ways, maybe you don't like it. This is the kind of character flaw I want to see from my 27-year-old wizard private eye. He's a little bit of an arrogant jerk sometimes, and he thinks that you got to do what he says because he knows what's right. That feels real to me in a way that makes him an imperfect character that he needs to be for me not just to kind of think he's, a little bit of a Marty Stew or whatever.
Yeah.
And especially in a book where Harry simultaneously establishes himself as not being religious and also, presumably because McCoy instilled certain values with him and had him do a lot of reading, but, conveys that he knows a lot about the church ritual and is like inherently respectful to people who don't share his views.
Yeah, and that scene with Mort is saved a little bit by the gentler way he deals with him at the end, right?
Mhm.
It's very clear that he's treating him the way that he is because he has such disrespect for frauds in general. And that's kind of how he sees Mort's whole operation is he's defrauding people when it comes to magic, which is very personal to Harry. So you can see why the normally fairly compassionate Dresden would not feel so much here. But the fact that at least a little of that shines through and says, listen, I have general respect for people. This is about how your behavior makes me feel. If you change it, then my behavior towards you will change. And that's paid off so well in future books. Both the fact that his advice in particular helps Mort, bring himself back to being controlling his power instead of his power going away. All of that in the future. We'll talk about it more, but I do really appreciate that element. Now, after this, we get to the exorcism at Mickey Malone's house. And this, I think, is a very important ramification in future books because we already know that Special Investigations over the course of the first 2 books has really come to trust Harry. The flashback that we see where the raid on Kravos, where they're all listening to him and treating his suggestions seriously, carrying the holy water and doing what he says, that's all clearly got him some significant respect from them. But I think after he saves Mickey Malone and they're all there completely helpless, unsure what to do, and he steps in and brings Mickey back from this horrible seeming fate, I think at that point he basically becomes one of them,
Yes.
to most of them.
I mean, before that, you can maybe call him he's our good luck charm. He's our mascot. You can rationalize it away that way if you're NSI. After he walks out of that house, having returned the insane to sanity, you're like, I think I read about that in the Bible once.
Right?
That's magic. That's a miracle he just performed. So that and Jim does such a great job of using that. But also, it's something that in 12 months, in Outlaw, it still makes sense. You see Stallings and you're like, of course, Stallings, trusts Dresden implicitly because he was here for this. He sets this up all the way back in Grave Peril, and it's still paying dividends that far into the future. I mean, really, really incredible, especially because, Adam, as you pointed out, not only does he do this, set this whole moment up that has such character ramifications, he also weaves in a bunch of great exposition.
Oh, yeah, we get to learn more cool stuff about how magic works. And we get to see Harry be good at what he does, right? He
Mm.
comes in going, I don't know what this is, but I'm going to try to solve it. And then he does. He doesn't trip and fall on his face and have to, like, pull something out of his ass in order to, like, partially save the day by accident and luck, like we see happen in the first two books. This is really the first time we get to see him come into a situation he doesn't know about and figure it out and make it work anyway and save the day and be the hero without a huge amount of fallback, because this is a much smaller scene in a bigger book where more stuff will go wrong, but this goes right. And I really appreciate that. It makes where everything else can go wrong and he can make bad decisions in other parts of this book, this makes that feel better for me. So the fact that we learned so much more about magic, we get to see how the site sees Murphy. That was such a cool moment, and it got me thinking, like, what does that mean for her character? And anyway, there was some great descriptors in there. So I loved that scene. Moving on, though.
Wait. Let me take that. And I think that we need that. We need Harry to get that win, because night 2 of this book sets the tone for how rough it's going to be.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. We see that night 2 is when the nightmare gets Harry in his dream, and he has curled up in his summoning circle with Bob trying to explain to him what happened. And then he has to go save Murphy in Murphy's office and talk about ramifications. Murphy is going to be dealing with the PTSD from that specific situation for at least the next book. And I think it really changes how she relates to Dresden in the future as well. We talked about this in Stormfront, where she sees him as the civilian who sometimes can provide useful information, who should not be getting involved beyond providing information. And by the time we get to Full Moon, she physically sees that he can help in a physical way against monsters that SI can't handle. And so he's obviously gained some respect from her in that, listen to me, I need to be able to handle some of these things. And she then says, okay, fine. You're not purely a civilian. Sometimes you can help, like with the raid on Kravos, et cetera, et cetera. But the ramifications of her being unable to defend herself from the nightmare is going to make her rethink, oh, actually, there's some things where Dresden has to go off on his own without SI, using his own authority. And that's exactly what happens in Summer Night when Murphy joins him and goes off riding into the sunset as a desperado, as a deputy, but not under her normal authority, not with that help. So it's converted completely from I'm in charge to, okay, you can help more than I thought you did before, to I need to trust you when you say something's out of my league. And this is what causes it, I think.
And, that's a really incredible point, because something that's overlooked is that when Jim has that conversation between them in Walmart in Summer Night, that we're obviously going to talk about when we get to it, it is clearly a change on Harry's part. He has made a decision to be different. Mm-hmm. But Jim does a really good job of making Murphy ready to have that conversation. Mm-hmm. And that is a key component of it. Murphy is going to eventually become somebody who goes from thinking this is her story and Dresden is helping her, to thinking this is actually, like, this is his story. I am helping him. And that conversion happens because she gradually learns that the things that Dresden deals with are more dangerous than the things that she deals with on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. So continuing on, we have the Graceland Cemetery fight, and I would argue that this is very important specifically for Harry's relationship with Charity in the future. There's a couple of times that he needs to talk to her and she doesn't like him, and I feel like if he isn't here to save her from quote-unquote himself, if Michael was the one that came and did the saving and Harry wasn't in this fight, I think she doesn't give him the time of day when he needs it in future books. But the fact that he's here putting himself on the line, very clearly getting between her and the bad thing, earns him enough brownie points that despite all of her grumbling about him, especially in the epilogue of this chapter where she's laying into him about everything, I think that this is enough to where he earns some trust with her so that in the future, when he needs to get a little bit of help from her, it's there.
You know, I think the important thing about this fight is it makes a reaction that on her part seems really, really unbelievable, totally understandable, which is Charity, unless we believe some like sort of uncharitable things about her relationship with her husband, Charity is willing to do things like countenance her husband going off to risk his life on Dresden's behalf and naming their child after Harry, at the same time demonstrating that she doesn't like him and doesn't trust him and, you know, thinks he's the kind of person who's going to take advantage of her daughter. What would cause somebody to have such absolutely polarized opinions about somebody else? Oh, if they simultaneously knew that they were the kind of person who would risk their life to save them and also had the memory of being directly abused by that person.
Yeah. There's that dichotomy to go along with the trauma that we learn about in Proven Guilty that's in her backstory. But this is a perfect encapsulation of both of those elements at war that really don't get solidified until Proven Guilty, when Harry and her really have a heart-to-heart, and we'll get there.
Yeah, and I think it's important that Charity's reflexive reaction, which is the kind of thing that trauma creates towards Dresden, always negative. Charity's considered reaction to Dresden,
Ooh, yes,
often positive. And that's because she knows intellectually that if she takes the measure of him, he is on the side of the angels. But she doesn't feel like that's true because of her experiences that she can't shake until she really gets to know him on that deeper level. But, you know, that's all in night 2. We recover with Charity at Cook Hospital into the wee hours of the morning. Day 3 is when Harry summons the nightmare to bind it and has a psychic duel against what we will later find out is Kravos, you know, in the circle in his lab. And this is, I think, the first time we've seen anything that can even be characterized as a psychic attack in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue also the nightmare attacking him in his dream is probably a version of a
Yes.
psychic attack, right? A spiritual attack. And I think between the first fight in his dream where he loses, the fight where he summons the nightmare with all the tools to give him the leverage, right? That lets him basically bind this thing that is the ghost of a sorcerer that had some magical capability already, pretty powerful because of when it crossed over, the way it crossed over, and has like half of Harry's power in it, and he's still able to bind it at least a little bit. And then to fully defeat it again later, these 3 bouts in the spirit realm, essentially, to me, feel like Harry's getting a bit of experience and a bit of a level up in his spiritual will, mind-based magic and power that we'll see becomes very important when a piece of Mordite is flying towards him in death masks.
Well, you also, you know, really made me consider something that I hadn't really liked until I literally read your notes here, which is the first scene where Harry meets Corpse Taker in Deadbeat, and he's able to hold Corpse Taker off with these mental defenses that are, you know, like what they teach to babies, basically, according to Corpse Taker.
Yeah.
And this is why. Because yes, they're rudimentary, but they are battle-hardened. Harry's been through this already, so they are better than she would expect seeing their form because he has defended himself in the past. But this kind of cool, interesting moment is, I agree, kind of undercut by something you noted.
Yeah. So the whole thing where it's very serious. Harry is mentioned on the page like he's literally fighting for his life. If he cannot hold this thing, it will just come out and eat him in the real world and he'll be dead. And at the same time, Michael appears to not be taking this seriously. And when we talked about this chapter, we came up with a couple of reasons, right? Harry isn't good at explaining himself yet, and he probably didn't explain to Michael that this was a super dangerous spell, and because, he didn't want Michael to caution him against it and have that whole conversation. So it does technically make sense. I get it. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that it appears to be played as a joke between Harry going, "I'm a bit busy here, Michael," as he wrestles with this thing, and Michael's like, "Oh, she says it's really important." The tone shifting there just didn't work for me personally. I found it to be one of the weaker parts of the book because it feels like a contrived reason for Harry not to get the very important message that Susan is calling to tell him. Presumably, she's calling to tell him that she found out that Kravos committed a ritual suicide, and maybe that has something to do with the ghosts you've been chasing for the last couple of weeks. That crucial bit of information could have been very valuable. And if she'd talked to him, maybe she would have asked about the party again, and maybe he would have convinced her not to fake her way into it. Like, a lot of things could have gone a different way, but for this particular interaction, which again feels a little contrived in order to make the rest of the events fit into where they need to be.
1 second. I actually want to talk about a TV tropes thing. I think it's called action dialogue, but I just want to pull it up.
I should spend more time on there.
Seriously, it is honestly a great reference thing. I think because people kept talking as free action. I think that's the name of the trope.
I love that.
It's just so good.
That's D&D tropes.
Yep. Where is it though? There's a thing that's called, it's kind of like the Bond one-liner. I was talking about this on Reddit actually a couple days ago, which is why I want to bring this up, because it's well, you go search.
You got some
gallows
sad
humor.
cats there in the background, I can hear.
Yeah, I apologize. I think they...
I mean, they never come through on the show. It's fine.
Okay. Casual danger dialogue. That's what it's called.
Ah, that's a good name.
Yep. So, yeah, one thing that I don't love about this scene is that there's different kinds of making jokes in the face of death humor that you can use. And, the classic, very Marvel, Whedon-esque casual danger dialogue where we're kind of having a conversation that doesn't fit with the gravity of the situation because we know we can handle this. That can be fun. And as we're going to talk about later, one of the best lines in this book is what I would argue is a form of gallows humor, where the characters don't necessarily think they're going to make it, but they're sort of, stiff upper lip, facing death with, good humor and calm, and it's showing you that these people don't get rattled even by things that, really should scare you out of your wits. But this is a little bit of sort of like farce in this scene that's more at home in sort of an Oscar Wilde play than an action movie. It's a very comedy of manners thing. And I agree that it just doesn't work. It kind of tonally is inconsistent with the other ways in which danger is played for laughs in the same book. And I think, honestly, that continues to a certain extent for me. When we get to Bianca's party that night, and Dresden shows up in the cheesy vampire tuxedo.
Yeah, I actually like that, with the reveal, and also, like, I think it's because he wanted to offend them, but is not familiar with this, and so it's kind of revealed that he may have gone too far in his ignorance. right? Where he almost died right there. And if not for Thomas, sticking up for him and basically playing distraction to get people to stand down for a moment long enough to avoid to let cooler heads prevail, so to speak. But when we get to that mansion, the events that occur there, I think, directly lead to blood rights and subsequently deadbeats, specifically Harry's interaction with Mavra. I think one of the reasons she comes back to Chicago in blood rights to start her scourge is because she's daring Harry to take a shot at her. She wants something to do with him. And I think it's partly because of what happens at this party.
Or perhaps daring Michael, because
Oh, yeah.
She seems to be a lot more concerned with Michael than she is with Harry in the events that are going on, during Bianca's party. And what happens right before blood rights? Well, death masks, if Mavra knows about that in any way, shape, or form, that doesn't make you think wizard. It makes you think Knight of the Cross. So it very well might be that Mavra's coming back to Chicago is more about Michael than it is about Harry, or it's about both. But just from a, authorial perspective, when we look at this through the Doylist lens, God, everything that Jim's done with Mavra has been incredible. Yeah. I mean, she steals the scene she's in this part. She is by far the scariest person at the party. And that I'm including everyone at the party. I think she's by far the scariest person there. And then she's just going to not be on the page for a while. And every time she appears, it's a banger. And he doesn't need to give her a lot of room because he sets her up as being so creepy and so alien that we expect horrible things to happen when Mavra's around. And the fact that she delivers doesn't feel cheap.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I really want to know what her deal is and what Dracul's deal is after 12 months. And it really started here, the whole interaction. I don't like any of that. Let me just say. Yeah, and the other things that happen at this mansion, I mean, the effects of those are obvious. This starts the war with the vampires that sets up so much of the rest of the events in the entire series. And it also, importantly, clears the vampires out of Chicago. The Red Court gets destroyed here in Chicago. And we do see that they came back in dribs and drabs to make assassination attempts against Dresden. And didn't they buy his building, we find out, in changes as well? So they're kind of still present, but it's just not nearly to the degree they would be if they still had a noble of the court here with her own coterie. So I think that's very important, not only because he starts the war, but he stamps them out of Chicago, which probably means he has less to deal with them in the future books. Like, oh, we're doing this whole thing with the Fae in Summer Night, and there's no Red Court directly breathing down his back in the city, right? He's getting assassins, but not on a daily basis because they're in the same town as him.
And man, just think of all of the stuff that Jim is able to do on nights 3 and nights 4 of this book. First of all, he provides the future in for the existence of Butters with Harry's, the biggest fire spell we see him do. We get to see the height of Harry's ability to do magic at this point of the series. And it's like when he blows the doors off the varsity in Stormfront, where you're like, oh, right. A book about a wizard. Yeah, exactly. And then, Jim very subtly, even if you're just looking at the perspective of this book, obviously he's setting up things that are more important later, but he does this sleight of hand where he takes one court of vampires out the door and he introduces the whites and brings them right in and puts them in front of you. And they're what you might have thought Bianca was going to be in book 1. Sort of a frenemy that's going to come up over and over, a little bit of a vector for a femme fatale, situation. And seamlessly, yes, he's introduced Mavra, but introducing Thomas and the concept of a white court is giving him the ability to just usher the Reds off the stage and not make the scenery feel any barer for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And more importantly, Thomas earns significant goodwill when he returns Amarachius and Harry will then trust him at least a little bit in the future. And I got to tell you, I've mentioned this during the scenes, but I'm always super uncomfortable when Harry loses the sword. Like the first time I read that, I had anxiety until I
Yeah.
just had to keep reading to resolve that situation. I'm like, my boy Harry, he can't be responsible for the destruction or capture of one of the only super mega weapons in the hands of good in the world. One of the most important tools for fighting evil. It would be like, yeah, what if Frodo accidentally gave the ring to Sauron? Like, what? No, you can't
Seriously.
let that happen. So the fact that he finally gets it back in that scene is like it takes a weight off my chest the first time I read it. And even in my rereads, it's still a little bit like, until I get to that moment, I'm like, okay, finally, we've dealt with that problem. Now, we then get, of course, more with Leah and Mab when we goes into Fairy, which ties back into what we were talking about before. When Leah gets him into her net, Mab will show up later to take over in future books. And when Harry finally defeats Kravos in the laundry room, again, it's a similar situation. I get uncomfortable, and I got a lot of like the anxiety piled up in this book because once he lost his mojo to the nightmare, and then he lost the sword, that was like a 1-2 gut punch of like, oh man, those weren't. I mean, they were kind of your fault, but like you didn't really make any obvious choices towards evil, but you've done some horrible things here in the end result. And then he gets to undo both of them in sort of quick succession here by the sword coming back with Thomas, and then he gets to defeat the nightmare and get a power up. And as I was saying to you, Brian, one of the things I really like about this book is Harry walks into the climax fully overflowing with magic. Not just full of magic, but overflowing with magic. Whereas in the past 2 books, he's walked into the climax either A, pretty tapped out from having done a lot of magic already, or B, having fried his magical circuits in the case of Full Moon. So having him here confronting a much smarter, more sophisticated, more magically inclined villain, but he himself, being much stronger, creates a climax that is much more gripping to me personally. That's why it's definitely one of my favorites.
I mean, think about the change Jim makes in this book. The climax of the first 2 books is, okay, we've got to beat this guy up so that it's really, really, hard for him to deal with the situation he's in. That's where the drama is going to come from. And then Jim figures here, okay, I'm going to actually make the people he's facing off against so scary that I need him to be above full strength. And he goes, ooh, I liked that. Because Summer Night, Harry does not need to be depowered for the final battle. Death Masks, Harry does not need to be depowered for the final battle. Now, he goes back to the well a little bit in the Wraith Deeps.
Mm-hmm.
But Jim is sort of, I think in Grave Peril, learned how to have a wizard who can do all of the things that you would want your, D&D character sheeted wizard to be able to do without making it feel like everything is trivialized by that. And that is like when he stops Neo style all of the bullets at the end of this book, you're like, amazing, so cool. But then you also buy, yeah, that barely counts. You're still in ridiculous levels of danger.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly my feeling on it. Now, we do see a lot of new elements of the supernatural world in this book. We asked the same question in the previous assessments, like what new stuff did we learn in Full Moon that wasn't there in Stormfront? And it's like, there's a couple different kind of werewolves. It's like, that's it. Here, Brian, we got 3 different vampire courts with different strengths and weaknesses, different motivations that are introduced pretty significantly, but with still a lot of questions about them. We get a lot of information about ghosts and spirits and how they work and how you defeat them and why they do what they do. We get a lot more in Ghost Story, but we get the foundation laid down here. We get a lot more information about the Lananshi specifically, which gives us a little tangential information about how fairies work in general. And then we've got the complete introduction of essentially a paladin Jim's version of a paladin, the Knights of the Sword, in this, including the introduction of Michael, and we get a little bit more lore about the Never Never because Harry uses it several times, and they introduce the idea of how, oh, these two places that are close physically could be very far away in the Never Never, or vice versa, and you can use it as a shortcut. So I think those are the 5 big lore drops we got in this book. Which was your favorite?
So I just want to be clear. We said 5 big lore drops, and those are the 5 big ones. But we know this is also where we introduce dragons, and to a certain extent, the idea of an like elder god or something like that, and not just the lore of the Knights of the Sword, but also how the Catholic Church plays into the role of the Dresden Files, like how Christian sort of iconography and spirituality is going to actually be a specific force. It can hold back the nightmare. But my favorite is one of the big 5, and it is definitely the brilliant idea of creating the 3 vampire courts. Not just because they are in and of themselves great and very differentiated interpretations of the vampire mythos, but also because, unlike Full Moon, where Bob literally, the talking head, just lays out all the different kinds of werewolves for me, it is seamless that we now have, oh, the Dracula vampires who are undead nightmares. And oh, we've got the, Anne Rice vampires. And oh, we've got, oh, did you want bat monsters? I've got bat monsters. And I'm not convinced that Jim even knew there were 3 different courts of vampires before this book, but I can't tell you because it is utterly seamless to me whether Harry knew about them already, but it just didn't come up because, he doesn't interact with vampires that often, or Jim invented them for the book. That is truly the best kind of exposition.
Yeah, because there's definitely a couple of lines that could be read as though, like when Thomas is explaining stuff to Harry, there are a couple of lines Michael explains stuff to Harry that Harry goes, yeah, I knew that. And you could read it as in, he actually did know that already. Or he's pretending that he knew that because he doesn't want to seem like he doesn't know what he's talking about. So it could go either way. But the information about the 3 courts is sprinkled so well. We get information from Michael as an aside during the party, not all at once, at points where it's important. And you get information from Thomas before they walk in, what to expect about how the Red Court conducts their operations. And then later he shouts, shoot him in the belly. Without blood, they're easy to kill. And then you get information from Justine about how Red Court turns. Like, it's just... exposition comes exactly at the time you need it from the person that it makes most sense to come from at that moment, and it doesn't feel like it's shoved in there at all. It's so natural to put all that information in those spots, and I think it's put in so expertly. Now,
yeah, high quality lore, very well delivered, but I think your favorite makes sort of a great point of being, in as far as I know, kind of unique in modern fantasy.
Yeah. How often do you see a really well-developed and interesting paladin? How often are they just carbon copies of the D&D, I'm unbendable, I must always do what's right, lawful good character? And it's just so great to see the way that Jim describes Michael as getting power from walking his own virtues, like walking the walk, walking from backing up his principles with his actions so consistently that it gives him power. That is such a great definition of a paladin for your universe. I absolutely love it. Yes, the sword gives him some additional power, but from what we've been told, it mostly just reduces the power of the enemy so they're on equal footing. The power that Michael gets is his own with a little boost with a little help from the sword.
Vampires don't burst into flames because Michael's holding the sword. Vampires burst into flames because of who Michael is.
Yes, yes. It's so good. I love it so much. That's
And
my
the
favorite.
other thing I think we have to just note about that is that the Knights of the Cross are exceptional in being somehow a subversion of the lawful good paladin while being a completely played straight version
Yeah.
of the lawful good paladin trope.
Yeah, absolutely. He is that, but without being the inflexible, like, stick in the mud archetype that we're used to. And man, it's just so good. And the way he's bashful and like a little bit ashamed when the vampire bursts into flames by touching him and saying, "It happens like that sometimes. Sorry." It's so good. Okay, so we've got to move on. We got to do a bit of a Dresden check-in here. This is where we look at where is Harry at during this book, physically, mentally, magically, and interpersonally. We're just kind of doing a qualitative explanation, a qualitative exploration of his position here. We've got a quantitative exploration in a little bit when we're going to take a look at some stats, but let's talk about the qualitative aspect of this, Brian. Physically, he doesn't seem like he's changed his workout regimen yet, because early on in this book, he is huffing and puffing after Michael while climbing the fire stairs in Cook County Hospital. So I don't think he's done too much to change his physical regimen.
No, Dresden certainly has not changed his game from a physical sense. But I think we can argue that maybe in a mental aspect, he's leveled up. He seems stronger and more sure of himself when he hasn't been eaten by Kravos.
Yeah.
And he's also willing to take on responsibility directly in a way that he didn't seem to be when it came to Kim Delaney. You know, Dresden in Full Moon is the kind of person that McFinn doesn't even bother asking because he's not the kind of guy who you'd expect to go out of his way to make sacrifices just to help you with your supernatural problem, a random person. But after that costs him someone, Harry becomes the kind of person where I guess, it's Ghostbusters time because there's spirits, kind of stirred up around Chicago. Does he let the local ectomancer Mort take care of it? Not that he can. No. Does he call it into the White Council? No. Harry's going to do it himself with his allies in a way that in an earlier book, I don't think he would have felt the compulsion to do.
Right. He's not being paid for this. SI hasn't contracted him to it. Nobody came to him in his office and said, "Hey, I got a problem with ghosts." He heard about this and decided to go out and do it, at least as far as we can tell. That's very different from how he gets pulled into all of the problems in the first two books. Either you got SI calling him in to consult and that gets him involved, or you have somebody coming in with an actual case and saying, "Hey, I need your help." And that's kind of the case with Lydia in this book. But with the ghosts, it's a perfect example. He's been running around for weeks. Nobody's paying him to do this, but he still seems to think it's his job.
But Adam, what do you think about his magical growth in Grave Peril?
Well, we definitely see that he's able to do a lot of what he was able to do in the previous books with like half his magic missing. So he definitely feels to me like he has gotten a bit of magical weightlifting between the last book and this one. Maybe he's just coming into his own. He's just getting better at focus, like all the things that we know are happening in the background of the series overall, which explain why he can throw more fire around in later books than he can in earlier books, etc., etc. I think we get a kind of feeling like that's happening here because even if you don't look at the numbers, we've never seen him burn an entire house down before with the way that he does in this book. The most we've seen him do is throw one big fireball at the Lugaroo that blasts him through a couple of buildings. Yes, that was impressive, but the columns of fire that are described in the party after having done all this other stuff while he's missing half his magic is very incredible. Plus all the stuff he does during the climax that we described, it feels beyond what he could have done in the previous two books.
Yeah, definitely the Lugaroo in the police station is, casting Scorching Ray as a 7th level spell. But whatever he's doing in the house in Bianca's mansion, at the end of the party, is not in the book.
No.
We're going completely off script for that one in a way that is really cool and feels almost like, wow, this guy might be something special. He appears to be breaking to a certain extent some of the rules he's actually established for this setting. And something that I think is really, really interesting is that Jim doesn't directly give us a reason for why Harry's become so much more efficient between Full Moon and Grave Peril. He'll do this in the future. Oh, I was teaching my apprentice stuff, and that gave me a new appreciation for the fundamentals and made me. I wonder if running around ghost busting for however long he's been doing it with Michael has forced him to learn how to conserve magical energy when he's stepping in and out of the Never Never all the time. And doing that in order to sort of not look useless in front of Michael is the reason why when we get to these big scenes in Grave Peril, Harry seems to have taken a level up in efficiency.
Yeah, so we definitely see that, and I think the stats bear it out. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But the last question that I have for you here, Brian, interpersonally, how's Harry doing? In the first book, we saw he had basically 0 friends. He had Murphy as a sometimes acquaintance, and he kind of met the alphas in the second book, and he'll definitely build a stronger bond with them in the future. But those are kind of the only 2 people aside from Susan that he's had in his life. What happens in this book? Where does he go from here? Let's check in with him interpersonally.
Man, you feel like this is really where Jim starts to deliver. Oh, let me just take that again. Man, you really feel like in this book, Jim has truly decided he wants to torture Harry. Because unlike the last 2 books, he goes out of his way to show us a person who is really coming into his own in his new home. He's got a friend who's kind of a work partner in Michael, where he's, doing stuff to sort of progress shared interests. And, he's got a new ally in Father Forthill, and he's got all this respect from SI. And, his friend is asking him when you're going to settle down with that nice girl you've been hanging out with. And by the end of it, we go into a screwed up, highly traumatized depression that, I'm going to put you on the spot, Adam. When does Harry get out of it?
That's an interesting question. I would say at the end of Summer Night. When does he walk into the D&D game? He shows up with Butters or something. Or no, I'm thinking there's an epilogue.
No,
where, like,
you're
the
right.
last thing
That's
that
at the
happens.
end of Turncoat. After Kirby has died, he introduces Butters to the D&D crowd.
But it's established that at the time he's already gone to the D&D game a couple of times. I'm trying to.
Yes.
You're right.
No, that's in Summer Night.
Okay. I want to say that he's gotten over it to some degree after Summer Night, but honestly, I think it might be Death Masks when he re-meets Susan, secret agent Susan of the Fellowship of St. Giles, and at least sees that she's doing well and gets to have a conversation with her that's longer than 2 minutes. And I think that is. Hang on. Is that Death Masks? Yes. Right? Yeah. Okay. For some reason in my head, I thought, yeah, sorry. And he gets a bit of closure on that relationship. And I feel like that's really important. Here he's gone out. In early Summer Night, he's going out of his way, obsessing over trying to fix it. By the time we get to Death Masks, he's finally accepted that it's over and he can't change that. So I think that's probably when he comes out of it.
So that's one interpretation. I think that we can maybe be a little bit more. Let me take that again. So I agree that that's a plausible interpretation, but I want to offer you an alternative. Don't hate me, because I think this might be right.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
Cold days.
Wow.
Because Harry Dresden literally kills himself.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean,
Huh.
he is in a guilt depression spiral that literally ends with, over the same woman, him killing himself 10 years later.
Yeah, I mean, certainly having to use the knife in changes exasperates that to some degree. I'm not sure I would agree.
Wait. Exacerbates.
What did I say?
Exasperates.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. Certainly using the knife in changes exacerbates that to some degree. I just don't think that this obsession that he's going to go into, this guilt that he's going to go into about Susan becoming and turning, is the major role of why he chose to, put in the hit on himself. I
Sure.
just buy into the fact that he really honestly was trying to split the difference here of, I need the power of a monster to save my daughter, but I don't want to be the monster that she grows up with. And this is the only solution I see. And of course, there's a fallen angel whispering in his ear. So that pushes him in that direction. I just don't know how much of that decision is being fueled by the guilt from this book.
Here's the thing, though, and this is my counter argument. Harry in Summer Night is a mess. And yeah, by the end of Summer Night, he's begun to act like a human being again, as opposed to, some sort of underground goblin creature. But that doesn't mean that he's cool. And death masks, torture and death, blood rights, maiming, deadbeat, near death, undescribable horrors, proven
Die
guilty.
alone.
Right. Proven guilty, maybe arguably that's like a nice day at the office for him. But then I think that Laura's words are pretty prescient in, I think, White Knight, where she realizes that Dresden hasn't slept with anybody since Susan. And she's just like, dude.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
And, the fact that he is, for like a decade, pretty much celibate is crazy, even given the life that he leads.
Yeah, okay. I could buy it. I still don't know how much of his death
It's not
in changes
Susan. It's
is...
not Susan's turning that leads to him killing himself 10 years later in changes.
No.
But what I'm saying is the depression that he gets into in this book, like the mental illness depression, colors his thinking until at the end of Cold Days, he is able to look at Murphy and see hope for the future.
Okay, yeah, I could buy that. If you put it that way, I get it. All right, so let's move on to major themes in this book, and specifically the kind of the one that I identified that feels like this book might be operating on the same energy as the movie Signs. You remember Mel Gibson? Was it Mel Gibson, right?
Yeah.
Mel
M. Night
Gibson's
Shyamalan,
movie
Mel
Signs, where the aliens are invading. And
No, wait. M. Night Shyamalan, but is it Bruce Willis or Mel Gibson?
I thought it was Mel Gibson.
It probably is Mel Gibson, but I just...
Yes, Mel Gibson.
Okay.
In that movie, aliens are invading and everything seems to be going to hell. But then, like, there's a Deus Ex Machina in, like, the last 20 minutes of the book where it becomes very clear that everything that seems to have gone wrong was happening for a reason, to allow this particular moment to help save the day or whatever. And it was very much it was a very disappointing ending to me personally. But a lot of this book feels like it's operating on that sense a little bit, and it feels right that this is the book where Michael and the sword and the concept of fringe benefits of being a Knight of the Cross is that things that can go well for you will go well for you, even if it seems like they're going badly. So, just as an example, Harry fails to tell Susan that he loves her. And that is obviously seen as a failure, as a weakness, as a problem for him. But consider if he had been a better person, if Michael had convinced him, you really need to tell that girl how you feel. And he'd gone to her a couple weeks earlier and said, you know, I hadn't said this enough and I should have. I love you, Susan, right? The shock of that, of saying that in the laundry room at that moment, is what breaks down the walls and gets her to come back to herself. If that's not a shocking statement because it's not the first time he's said that, then maybe she doesn't come back to herself. So that's one example. The other one is like, okay, if he told her earlier, then maybe she'd have been able to share the information about Kravos because and maybe she wouldn't have decided to defy him and go to the party when he suggested that she not. So if she doesn't go to the party, then he might not make it out alive at the end because there's no one there to help him get out, et cetera, et cetera. No one to help him necessarily come back from fighting Kravos, none to give him the idea to do that. So there's a lot of things that seemed to line up to me in that vein of this looks bad, but taken in the entire context of the book, it allows the good outcome to happen. And that kind of felt like a through line to me. And because Michael is in this book, I thought maybe it was intentional.
I definitely think it's intentional. And I think that a lot of people, we'll talk about this more in the future, but I've heard a lot of gripes about the fact that, oh, you know, I liked this book so much more before the whole chosen one thing came into it with the idea of being Starborn. But what this all feels to me, the thing you're talking about, because I do feel it, is it feels like prophecy governs this world. And Jim is not shy about it. He puts Cassandra, the oracle from the oldest story in the Western world, right? The Odyssey and the Iliad. He puts Cassandra in this story to make prophecies of doom. If this is a world in which prophecy is a thing, then there are certain instances where our heroes don't have control over whether something is going to happen. All they have control over is how it's going to happen. And this everything happens for a reason feel that we get here might be the conflict between these, individuals attempting to resist the consequences of the, plots and machinations of not just the villains in the story, but the wider meta villains from beyond time and space. And they're not able to do that. There is going to be a war with the Red Court. But because they are good and true and right, they're able to just nudge things so that they happen in a way that is less bad. And all of the tragedy that they endure because they are good people who are trying to be good is in service of making things less bad. I think that that's something that Jim kind of believes in. And I think you're right. He's signaling to us here that he's, creating a series in which there's an external force, some kind of, conservation of history in prophecy that is to a certain extent governing at least some events. And that's why it's so interesting that he chooses this book to kick off through lines and drop MacGuffins and connect characters that pay off not just years and years and books down the line, but that are still potentially hanging.
Yeah.
I think we've got to discuss something that we talked about a lot during the shows one last time. Bianca's party. we have some undiscussed questions that I think need to plant our flag in. Or do you want to do the other two first?
We can do that one first. I feel like that one, maybe not undiscussed, but unsettled is how we can introduce that one. That's an unsettled question because
Okay.
we talked about it a lot, but we never really came down on one side or the other. So,
Yeah.
so maybe say we're going to jump into that here. We have some undiscussed questions, but first let's talk about an unsettled question.
Yeah. This book kicks off major through lines to ideas and plots and characters that we still haven't put a coda on. And that's why before we get to our undiscussed questions, we're going to deal with some unsettled questions, because despite talking about them, we never really came down with one answer or another. So, Adam, these are all important questions, and they mostly pertain to Bianca's party. Let's just start with like the headline item. Why is Bianca ultimately having this party in your mind?
Yeah. So we talked about everybody's motivation at the party, I think in like episode 2 or 3 of this. And we came up with a lot of different ideas for speculation on why these things are, because we do kind of have a stated motivation for some of these in the book, but we've learned so much more since this book about the things happening behind the scenes with the Black Court and the Circle and Cowell and Kumori and all this other stuff that we have to go back and assume there might be more going on than what is obvious on your first read of this book. So, that having been said, I personally feel that Bianca's motivations are fairly straightforward and not super deep in this book. I think she is in this to get vengeance on Dresden and has ambition to climb the ladder inside the Red Court. She specifically describes that, I think, when Harry goes up to get his present, that she wanted to thank him because without her quest for vengeance against him, she never would have had the ambition to get as far as she's gotten. And that feels really true to me. Whether she is being used or is using the greater powers for her own reasons, or maybe both at the same time, I don't think she's in it for any deeper, bigger concerns. What about you?
So I want to emphasize that the reason why, and we'll lay it out for you. Here's some inside baseball stuff, guys. I pushed Adam to do this segment because I wanted us to go on record about what we think, now after the publication of Outlaw, are the truths about this party. And the reason why I want to do that is because I think it's important for us to track what the fandom thinks about things like this as we get new evidence, so that we can kind of look back and see how skillfully Jim was able to create and pay off the mysteries he lays out. So when I disagree with Adam here a little bit, it's not because I think that his interpretation is unsupported by textual evidence. I think it's incredibly supported by textual evidence. I think it makes perfect sense. It's just not my bet on what's going on. I think that Bianca is having this party because she is now a junior member of the Circle. This, I think, is our first encounter with the Black Council, the Circle. I don't think that's disputable. Our first direct encounter, I should say. And I think that Bianca is a knowing agent of an organization that she is aware includes both higher-ups in the Red Court, like Paolo Ortega, and people who are not Red Court vampires at all, like her servants at the party, Cal and Kumori. So I think that Bianca, she wants to get revenge on Dresden. She wants to do a lot of things. This is benefiting her in many ways. But she's ultimately having this party because she's under orders to have this party to further the agenda of the conspiracy, which right now is to start a war between the Council and the Red Court.
All right. So we disagree a little bit there. But now, Brian, what about Mavra? What's her deal here?
So I'm going to keep playing the same tune. I think Dracul has ordered Mavra to be a double agent. Mavra is a member of the Black Council, the Circle, as far as they're concerned. That's why in Deadbeat, she knows about Der Lee der Erlking and the word of Kemmler, because Mavra is getting the same information Cowl is. But Mavra isn't really on that team. And that's part of the reason why she cuts bait and runs and doesn't make sure everything goes according to plan on the next day. And it's also part of the reason why Dracul is doing things like trying to save Harry at the end of 12 months.
Yeah, I think I disagree a little bit about her primary motivation here. I think you make some good points. I don't necessarily disagree with the likelihood of those, but I think it's a little more likely that Mavra might be here to. Hang on. Mavra might be here to schmooze with the circle, get some intelligence gathering, as you mentioned, sort of become a double agent or whatever. But I think she's also here because whenever we see Dracul, he seems to be planning for whatever the conjunction is, whatever the big Starborn cycle is. That seems to be something. His main goal seems to be wrapped around that. So maybe he knows already, as of Grave Peril, that Harry is one of the potential Starborn that is going to be dealing with whatever happens during the Starborn cycle. And he's sending Mavra to Chicago to see how this wizard responds. Oh, Bianca's going to try an attempted assassination on this Starborn? Let's see if he's worth paying attention to. And Mavra's like, oh, I'll help. I'll train you in the necromantic arts or whatever it is that she helps. And so I think that's part of her main goal here.
And that really grew on me when I considered the fact that, assuming this is a Black Council operation, they should already know that Harry's a Starborn. Justin Dumorn, the guy who raised him, was presumably an agent of Cal. So they already know this. It's not a surprise to them. If Mavra didn't know before she came out to Chicago, she sure as hell probably found out while she was there, which might be why she makes it a point to directly interact with Dresden, even though, why does she care about him in particular otherwise? But that leads to, I think, another question, Adam. Kravos literally kills himself to be a part of the sort of smaller conspiracy about stirring up the ghosts. Why does he do that?
Yeah, I think almost certainly Kravos is just doing this out of vengeance and maybe even self-preservation because he sees this as a way to dodge prison time, essentially.
Sure.
We speculated that he was promised some way to come back from being a ghost, a la Corpse Taker, but he's also never demonstrated as like a really high IQ individual or somebody who thinks multiple steps ahead. So I think of all the characters we're talking about here, his motivation is probably the most straightforward, the most simple. It's just straight up vengeance and ambition and a promised resurrection outside the prison walls.
Yeah, I mean, Adam, over the course of doing this reread with you, you really convinced me that Kravos is a patsy, is an idiot in a way that I didn't really pick up on.
Harry says it multiple times, but he's also, talked down to other bad guys in the past, but he really seems to feel like he's so superior to Kravos here. And Kravos not realizing what Harry's doing in the ghost scene where Harry's ghost shows up and his cliched villain dialogue, it just sounds like somebody, doth protesting too much to be a supervillain, essentially.
Right. And I think that really made me believe that he is stupid enough to think that becoming a ghost is kind of a get out of jail free card. But I think even he would need the carrot of, and it's only temporary, don't worry, for him to go along with that plan willingly, as he seems to be doing. And I really think it's important to notice that, okay, they're stirring up the ghosts, like in Deadbeat, how the ghosts are stirred up to make the veil thinner so that they can do the Dark Hallow. And Kravos maybe is trying to possess somebody like Lydia so that he can come back, kind of like the way that Corpse Taker wants to possess a minor talent, Mort, so that she can come back in Ghost Story.
Yeah, there are some definite parallels there for sure.
Yeah, those parallels I think are very important in signaling the axis along which Bianca's party runs, which brings up another question. Why is Ortega there?
Yeah, this one's much harder to really pin down. We don't interact a ton with Ortega between now and him getting flattened by a satellite in Death Masks. So I think he's there just to support the Red Court conspiracy. That seems to be the most likely to me, which is like get this war started and, maybe eventually replace the Red King because he's become crazy and weak or whatever.
Yeah, and I think that it's really sort of useful to realize that Ortega is not there for the reasons that Bianca sort of states, in part because he doesn't seem to do very much to prevent Bianca from dying.
Right.
And
she might very well believe that's
right.
why he's there, but his actions suggest otherwise.
Yes. He seems to be more interested in starting the war, which is also why when the war is going on and he says, "Oh, Justin, you and I can have this duel and it will end the war in this way," that's not really what Ortega is trying to do. If Ortega wins by cheating, which he's prepared to do, is that going to end the war? Absolutely not. So I think it's pretty open and shut if you believe, as we do, that Cal and Kumori are Elaine and Mallory and Simon Petrovich, that the idea that we're going to start a war between the Council and the Red Court is already in motion at the time of Bianca's party, and Ortega's actions signal that he's pretty much there just to maximize the chances that the party can lead to it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on board with Elaine being Kumori. I think it's a strong hypothesis, but it's not my favorite one. But if we had to kind of guess why Kumori is there, I think the most likely answer is because Cowell is there. I think
definitely
Kumori is essentially acting the part of apprentice here, because what we see in Deadbeat is she seems to have her own motivations for why she wants necromantic magic that don't necessarily align with Cowell's goals. He's going to use her and she's going to use him, and then maybe they go their separate ways because we don't see her again the few times that we see Cowell in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that let me take one step back. We don't see them together in the future if Kumori isn't Elaine.
Well, sure.
Is Elaine, then they're
both in the same book a couple of times.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think what's interesting is that the other Cal theories, I think, kind of have to stretch to explain why Cal feels like he needs to be at the party. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me that, like, time-traveling Harry Dresden feels like he needs to be at this party. And, like, how is he even doing that without Bianca, thinking this is all a trick or something?
Right.
And, all of these other potential theories, it just doesn't make sense that he's there, that he wants to be there, unless this is somebody who needs the war to start so that he can fake his own death. So when the conjunction happens, nobody sees him coming.
Yeah.
And Petrovich is only mentioned in the books, the next book we're going to talk about, Summer Night, as dying in the attack on Arctis Tor, which occurs
Archangel.
because... Oh, thank you. As dying on the attack on Archangel, which only occurs because the war starts in grave peril when it does. Nobody else has as strong of a motivation to do it, and as the Council's Red Court vampire expert, arguably, no wizard has as strong of a chance at making inroads with the Red Court to be in this kind of position.
Yeah, that's probably the best case scenario for why Cowell and Kumori are there. That's our best bet on those. What I'd like to do here is just stop the recording and start it again so that I have smaller chunks to work with.
So let's just quickly do the rounding out the party thing. So you ended with makes the most sense or something like that. And there's a couple other open questions. Why are Leah and Ferrovex there? And I don't think that's as important for us to pin down as much. But one thing I think we do need to pin down is the gifts at the party. Is there any calls we want to make now, having gone over Grave Peril, about what we're going to see in the future with these gifts? And Adam, you really put me on to sort of the pulp fiction level that Ferrovax's briefcase is just called out as, hey guys, here's a MacGuffin, right?
Yeah, we're not going to show you what it is. It's just a thing that will maybe come back later.
Exactly. This is a glowing box that everybody's going to chase. So I'm going to give it to you. Are we going to see it again?
Well, we know with meta knowledge that Jim has said he's got like a dragon book, which might also be the kaiju book that he's been talking about. And if that's the case, then yeah, we might see it again. I think he wants to use each of these gifts at some point before the series is over. Now, I think 2 of them were already used in this book, right? Amarachius as a gift from Mavra was pretty much just a plot MacGuffin in this book, and that has paid off. Amarachius is back in the hands of the good guys. Lydia got away. I don't think that has any further further events. Thomas getting a condo in Hawaii.
Wait, let me jump into that one. This is good. Yes, Mavra has a MacGuffin. It's called the Word of Kemmler.
She doesn't need another one. Yes. And Thomas, his condo in Hawaii and 1 plane ticket. Again, that's just sending a message to him at that moment. That has no real bearing on the rest of the book. He says right before, Mirror Mirror comes out, and it turns out that's the difference. Thomas took the 1 plane ticket in the Mirror Mirror verse, and it changed everything. But anyway, but there are some that we see significantly in the future, like the headstone and his grave that comes along with it, comes back up several times. But Brian, it's filled in at the end of Battleground. Do we ever see that grave again?
I mean, we very well might see it, but I think you're right. It's kind of done in terms of being a piece of symbolism the series needs to contend with. And I wonder if we know, because it was filled in with all these people who died under Dresden's banner, if that's kind of a hint from Jim that actually Harry is going to make it to the other side of this series. We're not going to bury him in that grave.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point, because as long as it's sitting there open, the symbolism of that is really strong. So that's an important part of Battleground, I think, for getting that little bit of catharsis and just taking that Chekhov's grave off the table. But I think there's definitely one tool that we haven't seen the end of, and that's Morgana's Athame that Leah trades Amarachius to get in this. And we've seen it come back. We know that it infects Leah with Nemesis, he who walks beside. We know that it probably helped infect Aurora and or Maeve with Nemesis, or maybe that was done directly from Leah. But we also know that it was cleansed, and Mab is now using it to extract Nemesis from those that it has infected, because we get confirmation in 12 months that Morgana's Athame is Medea's bodkin that has been mentioned a couple of times. Brian, I think in Changes, right?
I'm going to respond to that, but I think you're going to have to do a reload or something you did the other time. Your upload is significantly behind right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. It's at 25%.
And it's causing you to kind of, just from my perception, kind of be on a, not a lag, but just to kind of come in and out a little.
One time, and maybe Riverside is then extending that stream to YouTube. I'm not sure if it's streaming to multiple places. All right, it seems to be much higher now. It's staying above 50 at least.
Yeah.
All right. So I was saying something about Medea's bodkin being
No,
the same.
we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think, Adam, actually, it might have been the case that when it first came up in this book, when we actually did the first scene where it appeared, or when we just referred to it the last time we talked about it, I had written something that assumed that Medea's bodkin and Morgana's athame were the same thing. And we actually ended up having to go to like the wiki and find out, oh, that's like not necessarily true. You know, they've never kind of shown us, like it's always been uh, they're referred to as one or the other. Not there's never been confirmation that it's the same knife until in 12 months. Mab.
Hang on. I had the setup. I'm sorry. The setup for you was that I said we saw Medea's bodkin in changes, right? Because I was going to have you talk about yes. So Morgana's
That's
athame is introduced here. Medea's bodkin, as I believe, introduced when Harry kills Lloyd Slate. I think that's the first time we see it called Medea's bodkin, right?
Yeah, give me a second. It might actually be Summer Night, but let me check. Oh, no. God, I wrote Morgana's bodkin. Oh, my God.
I just searched for the word bodkin, but when you get to where Bear is, she says, odds bodkin enough times. But no, I don't see the word bodkin anywhere in Summer Night.
Yeah,
what
okay.
about
I think it is
athame?
changes, and the athame does appear in Summer Night, though.
Ah,
Okay.
this athame was no creation of theirs, and it was less a gift than a trade.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in changes, the knife that Harry uses to kill Lloyd Slate and become the Winter Knight is called Medea's bodkin. And at the time, I don't remember exactly why, but when I read it, I just assumed that was Morgana's athame. But in actuality, we did not get confirmation, you're right, until 12 months that they are one and the same. And I think we were originally going to talk about this earlier and kind of had to pull most of the content because I was like, oh my God, no, we don't even know that. You're right. But it turned out that Jim wasn't describing two different knives. They are the same leaf blade knife for rituals. And that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy because Medea is not only a figure in the story of the Argonauts, who is the wife of Jason, who, after being spurned, murders all of her children, she is also. And was that Woolgrin in the chat who gave this to us?
I was looking for it actually just now. Where was that?
Yes. Yes, it is Woolgrith.
Okay.
Um,
Is it Woolgrith?
Woolgrith, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably. You're right. Okay. And as was mentioned in the chat today by Woolgrith, she is also a priest of Hecate.
Priestess, right?
Right.
It doesn't matter. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I should say high priestess, though. Medea is also a high priestess of Hecate, which is crazy because if Hecate was instrumental in the creation of the fairy courts, which occurred during the time of Arthurian lore, and Medea's bodkin, the ritual dagger of the high priestess of Hecate, potentially contaminated by the horrifying sin of child murder that it was tragically used to commit, was then taken up by Morgana Le Fay, the in Thomas Mallory's version of the Arthurian Legendarian, dark witch or necromancer, who is a foe of Merlin. Well, that explains why it's an important ritual object now, doesn't it?
Yeah, two very potent and important mythological figures using it in very powerful rituals definitely make it a very powerful ritual knife. And now, of course, Mab has been using it in these potent rituals, most recently of which is that we've seen is in 12 months when she's basically claiming she's going to use it to pull Nemesis out of Justine and contain it within where the other piece, the one that was in Leah, is already in there. So that's a very important piece, and I have to imagine we'll see it again. Brian, when will we see this knife again? Is it just going to be in the context of gathering up Nemesis?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a little bit of the Ghostbusters proton packs for walkers of the outside, right? Just, sort of siphon them in, lock them away in the vault, so to speak. But
Actually, that's an interesting comparison because what happens to the vault in Ghostbusters? It gets opened again.
Well, that's part of where I was going with this, because of course we know that regardless of the best laid plans of mice and men, there's gonna be a big apocalyptic trilogy.
Yeah.
So I assume that anytime we see Nemesis defeated, we will also see Medea's Bodkin, Morgana's Athame. But I betcha if we ever see Nemesis victorious, we're also going to see Medea's Bodkin, Morgana's Athame.
Yeah.
And I betcha that if Mab ever breaks her word, or we ever need a new Winter Queen, it's going to be because she was killed with that very knife, which was maybe once again turned against its wielder.
Yeah, it seems like it would be good symbology there, good symmetry there. All right, just to, we're so over time. I think we can probably skip
let's
these
just
questions.
Skip them. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. That's a lot of heavy discussion. Let's jump into something fun now, Brian. We got some stats. Oh, yeah. I'm pulling up the Excel spreadsheet that I've put together for...
Adam, that's what I love about this podcast. When we're ready to have fun, what do we break out? The Excel spreadsheet. And let me tell you, I'm here for it because there's a lot of magic going in the spell use spreadsheet from this book.
Yeah, there's some really cool things that are revealed when you try to track all this detail. Specifically, let's talk about the spell use, as you said. As we mentioned earlier, Harry seems to be doing more magic in this book. It's actually not that much more. The total number of spells that I counted in Stormfront was 29, 22 in Full Moon, and 33 in Grave Peril. So a small step up from Stormfront. But the concentration of spells is more specifically around combat and evocation. Things like Vente Ferro, where he uses it to shock Kyle's gun out of his hand or try to pull Amarachius from Mavra's hand. Things like Fuego or the Flamethrower spell, which I guess is probably a variant of Fuego that he uses in the final confrontation. We get Pyro, Fuego, Pyro, the big fire spell in the middle. And of course, we have the fire spell that he gets from Kravos, the Satharak Nakadum, that cooks Kyle and Kelly. And we've got 7 times using Ventas Servitas, and he's got his first Force Ring used. He's feeding the ghosts with huge amounts of power. In the middle of all this, he's also gone to the Never Never and back twice, so there's 4 Aperturums, and he's performed 2 different kinds of exorcisms. So we really run the gamut here for a lot of different things. And some of those things in Stormfront were really simple, basic things like, using Toot Toot's true name or using circles twice to do various things. He actually does a circle in this to trap and bind the spirit, and he does it again to defend himself when he's actually fighting against the necromancer, fighting against the nightmare. I'd forgotten both of those, so let's up that number to 35, shall we? So there's quite a bit more magic overall, and combat magic in particular, I think, in this book, and it's been very cool. And for those of you that didn't listen to all of our detailed discussions on this book, I know there are some people that like to hear the more general outline. One of the really cool things that we identified when we were going through this book with regards to these statistics is this. Before Kravos eats Harry, he uses a bunch of Ventas Servitas, his favorite air spell, to do gusts of wind, to do various things. While Harry has been depowered after Kravos eats him, and before Harry gets his mojo back, 0 wind spells, no Ventas Servitas at all, but Kravos uses it once in Murphy's office against Harry, and after Harry gets it back, when he eats Kravos and gets his magic back, he uses Ventas Servitas immediately, like 3 times. So it seems very clear to me that one of the things very specifically that Kravos did was eat Harry's air magic, specifically that spell. And he got it back eventually, and he really likes using it, but he didn't have it through most of the middle of the book.
And it's incredible because not only does Harry stop using air magic, which has clearly been taken by Kravos, who uses it, Harry also feels and acts a little bit out of character. And what is air magic? It's a representation of the mind, rationality. It governs sort of your ability to use things like reason to banish, the darkness. And Harry kind of sucks at doing stuff like that for a big chunk of this book.
Yeah, he's way more afraid in the text rather than just trying to appear confident, like, oh, I'm going up against a big monster. Gulp. We get that kind of internal monologue in plenty of the books. But in this one, it very clearly describes him trying to avoid letting them see that his hand is shaking or that his mind is panicking, thinking about what they did to him and things like that. So definitely a much more fragile mind during that middle part of the book when he's missing that piece of himself.
And I think it's also really important to notice that despite being depowered in that way, Harry, I think it's instructive to compare it to Full Moon because, like you said, there's the difference in the intensity of the spells is so much greater in Grave Peril that we, in our initial count, left off circles altogether, not even realizing we had counted them in Stormfront.
Yeah.
Because they're so minor compared to everything else Harry's doing here. If we compare it to Full Moon, yes, this book is a day longer. But I'd say the average spell Harry throws around in this book is bigger than the average spell he throws around in Full Moon. Not by a lot, but it is bigger. And he throws around 50% more spells. And never once does he say, oh, I think I've permanently damaged my ability to use magic.
Like he does in Full Moon. And
Harry has clearly, potentially because of all the ghost busting he's been doing with Michael, become much more efficient in his use of magic and can get a lot more bang for his buck than he could a year earlier.
yeah, I mean, out of those 22 things that we counted in Full Moon, 3 of them is him listening, which may not actually even be magic necessarily. And then 2 of them are soul gazes, which don't appear in this book necessarily. So, like, those are minor magics that don't even really count as spells because they don't exert any energy from him necessarily as far as we can tell. So yeah, it's a very interesting level up that you can clearly see in the amount of spells that he's using and like you said, the intensity. Now, as far as his magical gear and just the gadgets that he has, we do see some things for the first time. The sword cane makes its first appearance, and I think it's almost his only appearance. I think we see it like one more time in the future. We definitely only see the dead man's talisman just this one time as far as I can remember, and I don't think ever see the ghost candle again. The ghost dust is referenced several times. For example, during Ghost Story, Harry finds out that Mort uses ghost dust in the paint of his study, so he tries to walk through the wall and fails. And we also see Harry grabbing the depleted uranium or the ghost dust that has depleted uranium in it in order to bring into Julia's garden in Changes to hide it from the federal investigators that are coming to search his house with a warrant. But aside from that, I don't think we see much about the ghost dust again. He's also used all of his standard foci, podii, stupid correspondence course, more often than in previous books. Like he's using his shield bracelet, his blasting rod, and his staff, and he's using them more often than in previous books for the most part. Plus, he was using the sword cane. He's used his pentacle to turn undead for the second time, I think. We kind of see that when he walks into the graveyard and he's holding it up to keep the spirits back. The only other time we saw him use it that way was against Bianca in Stormfront. And so we see his force ring really get used. I don't think it's the first time. I think he used it in Full Moon. But we do see it again here. And yeah, that's probably about it. What we don't see, Brian, is his weapon. Bob references the fact that he has a new gun, but I don't think he ever carries it, much less uses it.
It's very funny that he doesn't appear to bring his revolver to Bianca's mansion the second time he goes there through the Never Never to literally do like a rescue infiltration operation, a la, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell or something. He's literally doing a stealth extraction mission and he doesn't bring his gun.
And he's magically exhausted because he's been eaten by Cravo. So he's depowered magically. If there's any time you're going to bring your physical backup weapon, this seems like the time to do it. The old, I'm all out of spells, but I'm not out of shells moment could have been here. Now, in the end, would that revolver have changed anything when he walked right into the trap? Almost certainly not.
Not even a little bit. And that means he doesn't have to get another new gun because Bianca assuredly would have thrown that one away.
That's true.
But I think that it's very interesting that Harry has all of these other magical pieces that we don't see later. Even though he doesn't make any potions in this book, it seems like he's getting better at using long-term gear. I mean, maybe he's always had the sword cane, but maybe he wasn't necessarily keeping up the spells on it as well in earlier books. And that's something that we will see again, so he evidently continues to keep up the spells on it from this point forward. So Dresden might not just be growing in his ability to throw around magic on a day-to-day basis, he also might be growing in terms of the amount of enchantments he can maintain on his gear simultaneously. And it's good... does Harry have the thong for his blasting rod in this book?
I don't remember reading about it, no.
Double check.
Oh, no, he's wearing, I drummed my fingers on my scorched staff and made sure that my blasting rod was hanging loosely by its thong around my wrist.
Okay, but that's new, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So in addition to all of that, Harry is actually now hanging his blasting rod from a cuff on his wrist. Brilliant, Harry. No more fumbling around between staff and blasting rod. You've at least got it at your fingertips at all times. Now, he doesn't necessarily, get the most out of this that he could, and later having a way he can more easily carry it might be better, because it appears that he moves his holster sort of inside his coat in the future. But just the fact that Harry is no longer, juggling when he's trying to do magic is an impressive display of practical improvement that he wasn't doing at 25.
Yeah. So the next thing that we're doing, because Jim loves to torture Harry, we're trying to track just how much Harry is being tortured. So
okay, Adam, to the tune of at the end, it's the end of the world as they know it. Go. No, not really, but I think you can double time read these.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go over all of them, but
okay,
let's talk about how I this is a very subjective list, but we're scoring each of the different injuries or pain that Harry is suffering, whether it's physical or psychological or psychic or whatever. We're scoring them on a 3-point chart, right? 1 is a moderate, so maybe he gets thrown to the ground and he's going to have some bruises. 2 is pretty significant damage, like he's been smashed back against a wall or something. And 3 is really quite extreme. It's like he's got a broken back or a broken wrist or something
Or a
significant.
melted hand.
Or a melted hand, exactly. And 4 is like the worst injury of this category in the entire series, at least so far. So that's the categorization that we're using, and then we're just adding up those totals within each category. So for example, he gets bruised a number of times, like 5 different times. He's like thrown into a wall or thrown on the ground, falls over, gets knocked down by Agatha Hagglethorne during that fight. I'm kind of calling that like overall 4 ones, more or less, that they add up to 4 ones. So we're going to give that a 4, right? And then the fight with the nightmare is another couple of points just on the generalized bruising scale. Then he's like beaten by the Red Court and strangled by a Kravos possessed Lydia. So all of those things, I'm like giving them 1s and 2s or whatever and adding it up to about a 9. And then when you look at like head impact, well, Lydia smashes his head in the floor a couple of times. I gave that a 1, but like the nightmare swinging him around by a leg and throwing him headfirst into a marble pillar to the point where he can't even stand, Brian, I think that's got to be a 3.
Yeah, he should be dead. And I'm really glad that Jim has Leia magically heal him afterwards.
Yes.
Because I would not have accepted any other way that he gets up and continues that fight. He should be DED, as Jim would say, dead at the end of the literally, presumably the nightmare swinging him pretty fast and hard because it's like a, demon ghost thing or whatever. And the basic physics, the outside edge of the circle is traveling faster than the internal road. He probably smacks his face into marble at something like, as fast as you can swing the head of a baseball bat.
Oh, he's had those injuries before too.
Well, that's another thing. But
yeah.
He absolutely shouldn't be getting up from that one. So I'm glad that Jim gave him the healing. Now that means that our overall blunt force trauma score is unlucky 13. 1 higher than Full Moon, which we got on Jim for beating him up too much. Adam, do you feel just as bad about this book?
No, not really. And to go over the other 2 categories, wounds are things like scrapes, cuts, bullet holes, punctures, burns, blood loss, things like that. So I gave that a total of 3 because he does get, punctured by the Red Cord. He gets some blood drunk and he gets a little bit of burns during the actual thing. Not too bad. Just a collection of 1s for the most part. And then the last category we have here is exertion, physical exertion. And I'm sorry. Is exertion in general, both magical and physical. He does have the shield explode during the fight with Agatha that's sort of has a feedback against him where he kind of can't cast a wind spell almost. He collapses, he almost collapses from trying to cast a normal wind spell after that. So he obviously exerted himself pretty hard there. He also has the death curse at Bianca's, which almost certainly exerted all of his magical energy, generally speaking. And then you have physical exhaustion. He didn't actually have a lot of that in this, Brian. He just had kind of like sitting down after fighting the barbed wire spell for a while because it made him cold. So
got
overall,
winded running up the stairs. Yeah.
Got winded running up the stairs. And all of that, yeah. I gave him like a 6, but he did die twice. I don't even know how to score that, so we're just going to have a death counter. In this book, he died twice. It doesn't count towards overall pain, but it's definitely up there.
Yeah, now, we're just keeping track of that because we want to know when we get to changes, how big of a deal was it really?
Exactly. Okay, so overall, though, 13 blunt force trauma score versus 12 in Full Moon and 3 in Stormfront. Whereas for wounds, again, bullet holes, punctures, blood loss, 3 in Grave Peril, 3 in Full Moon, and only 1 in Stormfront. Exertion was 6 for Grave Peril, 3 for Full Moon, and 2 for Stormfront. Overall, it's 22, 18, and 6 for Grave Peril, Full Moon, Stormfront. So he definitely seems to have gotten beaten up a lot more. But to answer your original question, Brian, he's also got a lot more rest and recovery, including significant magical healing also over a longer period of time. And for that reason, I think it doesn't bother me nearly as much. Not least of which because part of that magical healing is getting supercharged with his old magic, and just we know magic is life force, so that keeps him going when he otherwise might fall down.
Yeah, and I think we've really kind of actually stumbled on what the line is. I'll be curious to see if this holds up, because we were sort of talking about it before the show. Full moon is like 3.5, 4 days, something like that. This book is more like 4.5, 5. And if you just sort of total up, and this is very unscientific, right? But if you subtract the damage we counted, if you take away from that the healing he gets, you're left with a damage minus healing of 10 in full moon, damage minus healing of 11 in grave peril. But the fact that it's over an additional day, it's like Harry's picking up 2 points on our scale of injury per day, and that doesn't feel bad. But rule of threes, when he's getting 3 points per day, it feels like a lot.
Yeah. Now, that doesn't factor in the psychological trauma.
Oh, wait, Adam, was there psychological trauma in this book?
A little bit, yeah, actually, it turns out. And now we're going to see the effects of that mostly in future books. We do see a little bit of it happening here, but we totaled up 11 psychological trauma. That's between things like, hang on, where did I actually write? Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't include the blame. Okay. So we've got about 11 total in psychological trauma for this book. That includes things like self-inflicted trauma, where he blames himself for what happened to Susan, the grief over losing Susan because she leaves him at the end of this book and, sends him cards and stuff, but it's not the same as having a relationship. And then you have the psychic trauma that he deals with from fending off the damage from the barbed wire spell, and much more importantly, being eaten by the nightmare. And then you have the torture at the hands of the Red Court, which went on for several hours, if we believe Justine, and that is going to haunt him for quite a while to come.
I sort of forced Adam to invent the category of 4 to describe what happens to Dresden in the hands of the Red Court in this book, because it is the worst thing he suffers through in terms of
torture, essentially.
Yeah, nightmare, torture, panic attack, assault in the entire series. There's nothing else like it. And I think it's a big part of why in Summer Night he's not bouncing back. Yes, he's sad about Susan, but he's also been traumatized in a very new and thorough way. And it's very realistic that Jim does not allow him to recover from that immediately. And I think that also might have something to do with why, in addition to a myriad other reasons, Harry doesn't rush back into any relationships after he loses Susan.
Yeah, so to put it in context, we gave 0... No, we gave 1, but it's not updating. Give me a second. We gave 1 for total psychological trauma in Stormfront. We gave 3 in Full Moon and 11 points in Grave Peril. And that's probably going to be tough to beat for future books. 11 might be the highest for quite a while until maybe we get to changes. We'll see when we get there. But that's where we kind of ended there. We did invent a new category, poison/infection/drugs, because he does take toadstool poisoning and he gets some... They're not negative effects of the vampire venom, since they make you feel so good, and he just kind of sits in his apartment feeling great for a while before the nightmare gets him. But it's still a loss of control, which probably has a part of Harry's head. There's a buried part of him screaming inside of this pure pleasure, like just go with the flow, man, element. So that's why I still kind of put it there under some kind of negative effect.
And it's something that we should track because when it happens in the future, we're going to want to keep track of it. So, that might easily be beaten in another book, but, this is the first time Harry was effectively poisoned.
Yeah. All right. That brings us to the rankings. Specifically, Brian, one of my favorite categories, the best line in this book. Why don't you start us with the first contestant?
Do you want my runner-up?
No, I just want you. I want to read through these to remind because I think it's worth talking about.
Yeah. This one we are
saying them.
Yeah. We are spoiled for choice in this book, Adam. Chapter 1. Can we go any faster? Michael drawled. Sorry, let me actually take that again.
You should drawl instead.
Yeah. Can we go any faster? Michael drawled. It wasn't a complaint. It was just a question, calmly voiced. Only if the wind gets behind us or we start going down a hill, I said.
Yeah, that one was great, and it really does characterize both of these characters so well in such a little time because it's very important that Michael is just stating a question. He's not complaining. That's not the kind of person he is. He just wants to know, can you break the law a little more, Harry? We're still under the speed limit. All right. The next one here is when Harry is, again, in chapter 1, talking to Michael, and he's refusing to say, I love you to Susan. And then Harry says, so what if I haven't? She knows. What's the big deal? Harry Dresden, Michael said, you of all people should know the power of words. Oh, boy. Michael, that is a fantastic rejoinder. And Harry doesn't have a good comeback to that. I think he just moves on because he can't. He absolutely should know the power of words.
Those are both just in chapter 1. Then in chapter 5, we get Harry hearing howling while they're fighting Agatha. Holy shit, I breathed. Hellhounds. Harry, Michael said sternly. You know I hate it when you swear. You're right. Sorry. Holy shit, I breathed. Heckhounds.
It's so good. It's so good. And I was talking to you before in the pre-show. This joke works so well on Audible, and I'm worried that you might read ahead a little bit and be spoiled by the punchline there. But man, listening to James Marsters read it is so good because it just delivers. And it's one of the ones I see quoted in a lot of places.
That's one that if it happened like in an episode of Critical Role or something, people would meme it forever into oblivion. But what about the next one in chapter 8?
Oh, yeah. This one is... It's tough because it's so not important, but I still love it. It's like my own pet project. Harry is confronted by Kyle and Kelly with the invitation, and Kyle says, my sister hasn't eaten tonight, he explained. She's on a diet. Vampires on a diet? Susan murmured under her breath. Yeah, I said back, soda voice. Make hers a blood light. Susan made a choking sound.
Blood
Make hers
light
a blood light is great.
is very good, yes.
I almost think the only reason she's on a diet is so Jim could make that joke.
Given that Jim said he was writing this at like 3 a.m. most of the time, 1,000%. Also, we have in chapter 18 the very simple Harry rushing into the precinct to catch his doppelganger, the nightmare Harry Dresden. Which way did I go?
And it works. I love that. The sergeant just points up the stairs. It's like, you just went up there. It's so good. He doesn't have to come in and say, hey, did you see me come in here? It would have looked like me, but it wasn't. He just says, which way did I go? Very straight and to the point. I need to go save Murphy. I don't have time for bullshit. This is where it is. All right. The next one here is chapter 21, where Harry is arriving at Graceland Cemetery. This is a more serious, contemplative line. We've talked a lot of jokes, but this one is really good. There's always fences around cemeteries. Always. Whether stone or brick or chain link, it's one of those unwritten things that people don't really notice. They just do it by reflex. Any kind of wall is a barrier in more than merely a physical sense. Lots of things are more than what they seem in purely a physical sense. Walls keep things out. Walls around cemeteries keep things in.
boom. That's a real makes you think line. I mean, it does just get you looking at cemeteries when you go by them and being like, oh yeah, geez, there is a fence there. Really, really.
Never noticed that one before.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it on. Go ahead.
There's also Harry.
Oh, I'm so jealous you get to read this one. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
well,
ahead.
you know, vice versa, man. But there's also Harry and Michael and Susan confronting Mavra when Michael drops blood of the dragon, that old serpent. Or actually, let me do it in the sort of quiet intensity tone.
Yeah.
Blood of the dragon, that old serpent, said Michael quietly. You and yours have no power here. Your threats are hollow. Your words are empty of truth, just as your heart is empty of love, your body of life. Cease this now, before you tempt the wrath of the Almighty. He glanced aside at me and added, probably for my benefit, or before my friend Harry turns you into a greasy spot on the floor.
Oh boy, I love that one so much, Brian, because it is a callback to a moment ago when Harry threatened to turn her into a greasy spot on the floor. His was a very, like, super basic, lame, like, I'm gonna kill you threat. This is so much better. He's not just threatening her, he's describing her to death. It's so good.
You know what this reminds me of, Adam? Because
that?
it's just so perfectly like evocative of a almost a biblical language without being it. It's almost in my head a dead ringer for Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset upon all sides. The Samuel L. Jackson speech from Pulp Fiction, which isn't really in the Bible and is just what Jules says as a badass thing before he kills somebody.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is, in that movie, uttering that verse over and over again is one of the things that triggers Jules to become a wandering paladin. So, of course, what does somebody like Michael say? Well, this isn't a made-up Bible verse, but it sure as hell sounds like it could be.
Yeah. Now, the next one happens right after the blood of the dragon quote. The hour is up. The hour of socialization at the party is up, and Susan asks, what happens now? Laughter, gentle and mocking, quiet, hissing, thick with something wet and bubbling, came from all around us. When it comes to spooky laughter, it's tough to beat vampires. You're going to have to trust me on this one. They know it well.
We mentioned gallows humor earlier, Adam. That is the perfect example because it conveys how screwed they are, very ominously, while also being funny.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Harry, breaking the fourth wall like he does often because this is written as if it's his memoir. So he's talking to the person reading it. And yeah, it's so the quiet intensity of the descriptions there, and then going, yeah, well, when it comes to spooky laughter, they know what they're talking about, right? It's that sort of aside to the reader is a fun thing. I do like when he manages to pull that off at the right time so that it doesn't undercut the actual gravity of the situation too much.
It manages to make it, if anything, more spooky. And then in chapter 39, we get the following line from Michael consoling Harry, who's having trouble sleeping in the wake of everything that happened at the party and after. And Michael says, I'm not a philosopher, Harry, he said, but here's something for you to think about, at least. What goes around comes around. And sometimes you get what's coming around. He paused for a moment, frowning faintly, pursing his lips. And sometimes you are what's coming around. You see what I mean? I did. I was able to get back to sleep.
Ooh, yeah, I love that line. And we're going to reveal our favorites here. It's not going to be this one. And it's partly because if not for the fact that some really screwed up people could use this to justify just about anything. Oh, I am just punishing you because I'm the punishment from God. Uh, well, this is a great line that should make Harry feel better. A real moral person who cares about their choices and how those choices affect other people should take comfort in this concept, but it can be twisted and used in another way.
Listen, the reason why it doesn't make my top of the list is because this is an old cliche. It is older than the form of the novel that sometimes you are the wrath of God.
That's fair.
And the thing is, this isn't the best version of it. The best version of it is Genghis Khan naming himself the Scourge of God. But when I'm putting you on a list with Genghis Khan's nicknames, you did a pretty good job executing a trope.
Yeah, overall. All right, so we both talked about these, and the one that we gave the ultimate crown to was holy shit, hellhounds. Holy shit, heckhounds. That joke is just so good, and at the right time in the middle of that fight that they're doing okay at, but it's not super high stakes, so you can just have that aside where they're bantering between. It's so good. Everybody remembers it because of how good it is. I see that one quoted probably more than almost anything out of this book because it is so memorable.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Harry still blasphemes with the holy shit,
Yes.
but transfers the hell to heck, which is like the one thing that's not blasphemy, actually, and therefore wouldn't bother Michael, chef's kiss. Now, Adam, that is an incredible line, and I co-sign that being the best one of the book. My runner-up is walls keep things out. Walls around cemeteries keep things in.
That is a suitably creepy line, and if it was either that one or the mocking quiet laughter, both of those would like win creepiest line of the book for sure.
For sure.
But my favorite runner-up is definitely Blood of the Dragon, that old serpent. I just love the symmetry. It's like Michael must have thought about this for a while to have it come out so perfect. I love it so much. All right. That's the end of our favorite lines for this book. At some point, we're going to have the best lines of each book go up against each other in a bracket, and we'll ask the community to help us fill it out. That will be fun. But for now, we're moving on to the best name in this book.
Yeah, I think we'll do that for March Madness 2030.
Yeah. But for now, we're going to move on to best name in the book. This segment, also known as I couldn't possibly refer to that thing as a plant monster. That'd be a laughing stock. Also known as, how are you going to properly wail on a thing if you don't even have a name for it?
And the winner here, by default, because there's only one name, but it's a good one, is The Nightmare, the name for Kravos' ghost, coined by Mort, of all people.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Harry do more naming. We saw a little bit earlier where he gave... did he give Hendrix the nickname Fido? Or was it some other guy? He gave one of Marcone's dudes a nickname Fido or whatever. Or was it Bianca's dude? Crap. Can't remember.
He nicknamed somebody Fido.
Yeah. In earlier books, we even got him nicknaming somebody Fido because it was some goon that was just fetching stuff for him for one of the antagonists. But in this one, we really only get the Nightmare, which is still way cooler than Fido. And we'll see him do Chlorofiend in the next book, which is going to be great.
We already know what's winning Summer Night. It's the trope namer. We don't have to, even do that one on the next one, frankly.
Yeah, we might find out that there's another couple in there that are worth talking about, though.
And there probably will be, because I agree with you that it does happen more and more as the series goes on.
Until we get to Octokongs, which might be the ultimate...
the kind of the meta winner, though, because it's but I think it's important that we note that while the naming hasn't gotten more complicated, in this book, the Harry relationship web has gotten a lot more involved.
Oh, yeah. This one, we finally stretched out the Excel spreadsheet a little bit. I had a whole bunch of rows because we had a ton of new characters introduced into here. There are only 5 previously established major recurring characters that are in this book: Murphy, Susan, Bob, Rudolph, Bianca. All the other major characters in this are introduced in this book: Michael, Father Forthill, Kravos, Leah, Charity, Mort, Thomas, Mavra, Farovax, Ortega. Now, again,
So if you're keeping score, that's twice as many introduced characters as recurring ones, which should make the book feel like you can't keep track of anything. That's like a Game of Thrones book or something.
yeah, you would think, but they've laid the groundwork well enough, and Jim does such a fantastic job introducing a lot of these characters that spend so much time with us, like Michael, like Thomas, like Mort, that we really do just get what we need. He starts with an archetype that you think you're familiar with, and he then allows it to breathe and really just introduces them to you in a natural way that fits. Now, what we've been doing is tracking Harry's relationships with these characters on a 7-point scale, where 7 is basically Harry's arch enemy, somebody who hates Dresden and is actively working to kill him. And then on the other side of the scale, a 7 is somebody who's such a strong ally of Harry that they will literally follow Harry into hell. Like, that's the strongest version of an ally that we've got. Now, for the characters that we have previously met with, we gave them some previous scores. For example, Murphy, we started at a 5 in Stormfront, then we upgraded her to a 6 in Full Moon. Here she kind of stays a 6, Brian.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of face time from Murphy in this book. And I think it's important for everybody to realize this is where they are at the end of the book. So, yeah, there's definitely a down point where Murphy sees Harry come into her office and attempt to, put a mind whammy on her. But obviously, she realizes by the end of the book that it wasn't Dresden, and, it doesn't seem that their relationship is in any way damaged. Now, the next character we have to talk about is Susan. And I think, Adam, we're giving Susan a grade that's not necessarily based off of where the book leaves her, but is more about when she last kind of appears in a major scene in the book where Harry is, basically burning down the world to save her life. And that's a 7, up from a 6 in the last book by far. Susan, over the course of these first 3 books, basically, she was a 6 for the first 2 we had, but she essentially ticks up until the very end of Grave Peril, where she refuses Harry's proposal. And we wanted to sort of keep our analysis of that to Summer Night.
Yeah, so we wound up pre-rating Susan for Summer Night down to a 5 because she basically cuts all contact with Harry for good reasons, and not because she dislikes him, but that means they don't have much of a relationship anymore at that point. So we did 6-6, ticked up to a 7 because they both said I love you to each other in this, and they've clearly been growing closer together between the last book and this one. And then we have to tick it back down to a 5 because of what happens at the end of this book, and then she disappears for a book. So that's where we have Susan ending up. Bob's relationship has been a flat 5. He's basically Harry's ally, but not a super strong one. I think we're going to see that increase as we go forward.
Yeah, I think that might even tick up next book. I haven't really looked ahead on it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Bob is very much talking head in this sort of mini arc of the series through Grave Peril, but he evolves into more of a character as the series continues. The other reoccurring character who I guess is beginning to evolve to a certain extent is Rudolph, who in Full Moon we had as a 4, essentially a frenemy. And despite him saying some nasty things to Harry in the first point we meet him in this book, we kept him there.
Yeah, because the last thing we see Rudolph say is he said something along the lines of, Dresden, you'd better make sure the lieutenant is okay or I'm going to kill you. And I think Harry's response is, kid, if I can't help Murphy, I'll let you. Something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. But that shows to me Rudolph is kind of starting to believe in Harry. He thinks Harry can actually help Murphy, and he wants him to. So I don't think, like you said, despite his hostile treatment when they go to pick him up to bring him over to Mickey's place, it seems like in that scene, Rudolph is starting to come around to him. So we got to leave him around a 4, which is neutral / frenemy. We suspect that something may have happened to Rudolph off screen after that. Maybe the nightmare got him, or maybe something else happens between the books that turns him into a much stronger antagonist in the future.
Yeah, and I think, it's possible that it's already happened, and that's why he is so conflicted. He simultaneously has to disbelieve Harry, but also in a way believe him. But that reluctance to, trust Dresden is going to calcify, over the next couple books as Rudolph gets deeper into whatever trouble he's in, or as he begins to get into that trouble. Now, someone who's a little bit less ambiguous to place is the last recurring character, Bianca, who we put as a firm ally of Harry. No, she's a 1. She's a 1.
Yeah, she was a 1 in Stormfront as a result of their interaction, and she's still a 1, and she ends at a 1. But the next one we're going to talk about are introduced characters. So Michael shows up in this book, and I was trying to make the argument that Michael should probably start as a 6 in this book because there's a big stretch through the middle of it where it seems like he's unsure about his faith if it was properly placed in Harry after Harry loses Amarachius. But then Michael gets it back, the crisis of faith is over, and he seems to have full confidence in Harry again. So it seems like it wobbles, like he shows up at around a 6, but I think by the end of this book, Brian, we gotta give him a 7.
I agree, and my original case was that our definition for a 7 is we'll follow Harry into hell itself. And Michael basically does that at Bianca's party without Amarachius, and then comes back for more, when they're passing through the Never Never. So he's, absolutely willing to do that, but then you very cogently kind of made the point that, well, that's also kind of his job. And that's true. But then I think after some discussion, we sort of just came to the conclusion that something that's definitely not in Michael's job description is naming his child after the people he helps. And that, I think, shows a level of esteem for Dresden that doesn't change the way that Michael treats him compared to other people. Michael is an incredibly fair person, but it just signals that the way he feels about Harry is even deeper than it would be for other people he would sacrifice himself for.
Yeah, and to be honest, it also feels to me like what we need to do is lay down that these are relationships at the end of the book. And definitely Michael ends at that 7 for exactly the reason that you stated. So I think, as far as I can tell, his confidence is sort of brought back. Now, the next one on the list is a new introduced character, Father Forthill. My argument is that he probably starts at a 5, sees Dresden as an ally, but isn't necessarily trust him all that much yet. He hasn't known him long enough.
Yeah, I think fun pub argument. Who's more helpful in this book, Father Forthill or Bob? You could go either way, which I think makes it make sense that they're at the same rating. Another newly introduced character is Leonid Kravos, the Nightmare, who, again, firm ally of Harry. No, we rated him as a 1 also. He's a 1.
Definitely. No question there. So the next one on here is a little bit more ambiguous. It's Leah, the Lenanshi. She is, well, she's an antagonist in this book pretty clearly, but we also know she has motivations. But that knowledge is tied to future books. So if we're just rating her here in this book, Brian, I think we got to lean her a little bit towards antagonist. I think she's got to be a 3.
Yeah, it's hysterical because in the perfect tradition of her being, a fairy. Let me just take that again. It's hilarious because perfectly fitting her role as a she, as a duplicitous fairy, trickster, seductress, and temptress. The Lenanshi is probably in Harry's mind at the end of this book a 1. Like, she's the biggest problem in his universe, with the exception of Susan, who he's trying to help. But in Leah's mind, Harry's probably a 7. She's like, he is the only mortal, maybe, that she is sworn to protect potentially with her life. So it averages out to about 4.
Yeah. And we argued that, like, okay, knowing what you know in Grave Peril, she's probably a 4-ish because she does technically help him, but maybe he should be a 3 in this. She should be a 3 in this book, but she would probably be much closer to a 6 outside of it. So yeah, that's kind of where we ended on that. We're giving her a 4. She's kind of down the middle in order to account for both of those things. Now, Charity and Mort both wound up as 3s because both of them kind of treat Harry like crap, and it doesn't seem like they'd trust him very much or help him very much. I mean, he has to twist Mortimer's arm, metaphorically speaking, in order to get him to help do something that Mort wants solved anyway, right? Mort doesn't dislike what Harry's doing. He seems to have respect for him, and yet he still has to twist his arm.
Yeah, Mort, I think, is pretty clearly someone who sees Harry as an obstacle in this book. I think that's just literally true. So he qualifies as a 3, even if under other circumstances he would be a 4. Now, Charity, you could, I think, argue, is a 4. I don't really buy that Michael named their son without getting her okay. That just doesn't really seem like something Michael would do. So I think that she probably did say that she thought it was, a good thing, or at least a fine thing.
Yeah,
to name their son.
begrudgingly accepted it, with Michael trying to insist, like,
Right. Or maybe begrudging is an unfair word to her, but sort of accepted it as justified, while not necessarily something that she found pleasing. Not that
yeah. Michael says, if not for Harry, our son wouldn't be alive. And she's like, well, I can't argue with that point.
Exactly. And that's the kind of thing that I think would, under any other circumstances, make us say frenemy, because she clearly has problems with Dresden, but also she acknowledges these, like, very good things about him. But I think that when you account for the lingering trauma from the graveyard scene, it makes sense that we put Charity as a 3 here based on her later interactions. And I think that she probably sees Harry as more of an obstacle to her happiness than somebody who she just has a rocky relationship with.
Yeah. So next up is Thomas, who starts as a 5. He sees Dresden as an ally. Now, maybe if we get more into his head in the future, we'll find out that he was more dedicated to helping Harry than it appears in this book. Obviously, at this time, he knows Harry's his brother. He probably wants to help him, but he's willing to sacrifice Harry's allies if that means getting himself and Harry and Justine out. That seems pretty clear. So he's definitely an ally, but not a super strong one.
Yeah, and I think that this is much like the Lenanchi situation where Thomas probably is in his own mind a 6, but is in Harry's mind a 4.
Yeah.
Harry sees Thomas as somebody who he's got to be wary of, but did help him out, except for when he was stabbing in the back during this, series of events. And Thomas sees Harry as somebody who he put a lot at risk to essentially save the life of. Next on the list is Mavra, and we discussed this a lot. I think ultimately we settled on putting Mavra at a 3. Not because Mavra wouldn't, kill Harry as soon as looking at him, but because that's how Mavra feels about literally everyone.
Yeah.
And Dresden's simply not significant enough for her to really rate him as an enemy in this book. It's far more likely that Mavra is like a 2 towards Michael and a 3 to Dresden by association, because, Michael is really, probably in her eyes, the bigger fish to fry. Now that is because we don't know if there's any background information that Mavra has on Dresden. Maybe it could come out that she is more of a 2 or even more of a 4 to him in this book. We don't know. But as of right now, I think the safest thing to do is to say she sees him as an obstacle, but he's too insignificant to her to be an enemy.
Yes, well put. And speaking of insignificant, Pharaohvax definitely doesn't care about Harry. He's neutral. He's a 4 as far as Pharaohvax is concerned. Oh, are you talking about that mortal that mouthed off to me at the party a while back? What was his name? Jerry?
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
There's no
Harry,
way he thinks of him as anything else.
Yes, Harry is not even significant enough to be annoying to Pharaohvax. He was momentarily disruptive, and that's it.
Yes, exactly.
Ortega, on the other hand, I think is a little bit more interesting to rate. Because you could say that he sees Dresden as an enemy already by the end of this book, or maybe because Dresden gave him exactly what he wanted. He really sees Harry as more of an obstacle he needs to work around, but someone who he's still able to kind of use than like a true enemy. And I think we know enough about the Red Court plotline to put Ortega as more of an antagonist than a personal enemy, even though the next time we see him, he is going to be trying to kill Harry.
Yeah, that's probably where I would put him too. 3 sounds right there. We don't have a ton of information. Even what we do get in Death Masks is not a lot and could just be lies. He talks to Harry and then he gets smashed by a satellite after trying to cheat in the fight. So we don't get a lot of motivation behind him. It's a lot of speculation there. All right, so that's what we have for rating Harry's relationships. We don't have a ton of data to go off of here, but if you look at Harry's relationships for people that are mostly considered allies within the total scope of the series, I've done a quick average over the course of the first few books. In Stormfront, the average was 4.8 because the people that are mostly his allies are mostly pretty his allies, right? So we got Karen, Susan, Bob, Carmichael, and Toot. They're either 4s, 5s, or 6s. In Full Moon, that jumps up to 5.8 because we have Karen, Susan, Bob, Carmichael, and the alphas. Some of them have gotten upgrades at this point, but now in Grave Peril, it's back down to a 4.9, mostly because there are just so many characters that are going to be future allies that, at the moment, are starting at 3s or 4s.
Yeah, and that's with us putting Susan at a 7, even though that's probably not a fair reflection of where she ends the book. If we dropped her down to a 5, it would be lower than where he was in Stormfront.
And yet I think he seems to have so much more support in this book, Brian.
And I think that makes sense because what he's dealt with is so much more traumatizing and alienating that even though there are more people who Harry can relate to, we're starting to see how hard it is for Harry to just like be on the same page as somebody like Mort. Like, necessarily when he has an interaction with somebody like Mort, it's going to be adversarial because they're not even going to understand why he's so insistent about the things he's talking about. Why is it even your business, Dresden? Harry starts getting that in this book, and he's going to get it a lot moving forward.
All right, so that's Harry's relationships. We've got 3 more quick things to talk about. We have our ranking. This is, by the way, slowly compiling the ultimate, objective, correct order, best book to worst book over the course of the series. Brian has his own list. I have my own list. And then we have a list that has been created by the community who's been answering the polls for us here. So, Brian, it looks like you had Stormfront, then Full Moon in the past. Where did you stack Grave Peril in there?
So I put Grave Peril ahead of Stormfront and Full Moon in that.
You did.
I'm sorry. Wait, no, wait, Adam. I'm sorry. I'm reading the communities list. I put Grave Peril ahead of Stormfront and Full Moon in that order.
What a coincidence! I did too. And did you know? The community was unanimous on this point for the first time ever. They all, 21 different people, voted to put Grave Peril above both Stormfront and Full Moon. Now, as this list gets bigger, it's going to be a heck of a lot harder to get that kind of unanimous answer because we're going to have a bunch more places where these things can get slotted into. But for now, we all agree Grave Peril, then Stormfront, then Full Moon in terms of book quality.
Now, Adam, we also ranked the book's title. Where did you slot Grave Peril in relative to Stormfront and Full Moon?
Grave Peril is an excellent title. It works on we wrote gravel panel. Gravel Peril. Okay. Grave Peril is an excellent title because it is essentially describing what Harry is in almost every book, but obviously in this book it has to do with ghosts. It takes place in a graveyard, so grave is right there. It's so good. Stormfront, pretty good, but it really only works on 1 or 2 levels. It feels to me like Grave Peril is just more flexible and just such a solid name that sounds more dramatic and interesting. It's a phrase that's more common, so it feels like it's more familiar than Stormfront or Full Moon, which isn't really a phrase that anybody ever says. So yeah, I rated it above Stormfront and Full Moon.
Yeah, I did the exact same rating in the exact same order because Grave Peril works on so many levels. First, the literal. This is a book about someone who is in grave peril. Harry Dresden might die at the end of this book, and he nearly does. Also, he's in peril because of things coming from beyond the grave. Ghosts and, vampires and, all sorts of what have yous that are dangerous from beyond the grave. Also, this is a book where it's dangerous because of the stirred up things beyond the grave, right? The ghosts are not just a thing that puts Harry in peril. They're also the thing that ultimately kills Bianca. They're also the thing that they start the book fighting in a completely different, context. Also, Harry gets a grave and he is
Yes.
in peril when he receives. I mean, it just works on so many different levels. And it is, as you said, the most common phrase of all of the ones he's used. So it's the punniest, it's the most common phrase. And, frankly, it's just cooler words. Who doesn't love a V sound? Stormfront, fine. Full Moon, not even fun to say. But Grave Peril rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, and so far we've been pretty much in lockstep with the community on all of these rankings, except the community, when we did this for Full Moon, actually did rate Full Moon higher than Stormfront. And I could see why that's the case. I don't necessarily disagree with that. It's not my preference, but I get it.
Yeah, Adam, I think you and I both sort of don't like that askew rhyming or whatever it is. That's sort of an askew pun. If it was full moon, it would be a pun. Full moon isn't really a pun. It's also not really a phrase, so we don't love it. But Stormfront is almost abstract as a title, so it's just a reference to a random thing in the story. So I understand why they would put Full Moon ahead in that respect. Now, another interesting thing that you did here, Adam, is you had the community rank what the first book was that clicked with them. And we didn't give them a definition of click, but I think it was very significant that Grave Peril is ranked as the best book in the series. Stormfront, so far, second best in the so far rankings, Full Moon at the bottom. And while Stormfront was the book that the most people gave the answer of, I clicked with the first book of the series, Grave Peril came in second. And you included multiple options. Full Moon was fifth behind book 7, Deadbeat.
Yeah, so Stormfront was the highest, about 33% said Stormfront was the first one they clicked with, which really says, hey, I picked up this book and was like, Wizard Detective? Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. And I totally get that. I'm pretty sure I was like that when I picked up Stormfront, but I will tell you, when I was thinking clicked, I was thinking the moment you were like, I need to devour the rest of this series. And for me, that was either the end of Grave Peril or the beginning of Summer Night. The council politics stuff, I remember really being fascinated by all of that and the jokes about Harry's Latin and stuff. So Summer Night was my answer, but I was leaning towards Grave Peril as well, because even though I enjoyed Stormfront and Full Moon, I remember just not being avaricious in I need to finish this series. Get me all the other books.
After I read Stormfront, I thought, what a great gimmick. He's a noir detective, but he's a wizard, like an actual D&D. That's great. I'm totally going to read these. And then I read Full Moon and I was like, okay, you did the thing. And then I read Grave Peril and I was like, oh, spicy, liked it. But Summer Night is when I went, oh my God, this author has done his reading.
Yeah.
There are just so many things in Summer Night where I'm like, man, like this guy, it's sort of like occasionally you listen to a podcast and a host cites a fact that and you know where they got that fact and how freaking obscure that is. And you're like, geez, like this person, like that's my area of interest. They are clearly like doing their research. And Jim, these first 3 books are awesome. Summer Night was the first one for me where I was like, man, this guy knows stuff about comparative mythology and is creative with it in ways that just other authors that I've read who try to do similar things just can't manage on nearly the same scope.
And by the time you get to Summer Night, he's making it look easy. I mean, just think of all the crazy stuff he has to introduce in Summer Night. He has to introduce the Queen of Air and Darkness. He has to introduce all of the White Council, essentially, including the politics of the Senior Council and the machinations of Lefortier and how he's on the block with the Merlin, and Ebenezer needs to head that off with his friends, Listen to Win and Martha Liberty, and you get to meet them and you have to understand their motivations. And all of that is just a pretext for this massive investigation into the winter and summer courts for the first time. And while you're learning all about all that stuff, you have to solve a murder at the same time. So it's insane just how much exposition has to happen in that book, and yet you never really feel overwhelmed going like, oh God, this is like the 7th paragraph in a row about the lines of the kings of the such and such. You don't have to feel that. Everything comes when you want answers. It delivers those answers. It makes he makes you want the exposition so that by the time you get to it, you're like, yes, give it to me. I need to know.
And I'm really excited that we're doing that book next, because I think the thing that you can say about Grave Peril that really sets it apart from the first 2 books is that Jim has learned not only how to deliver a fun and thrilling climax, but how to really wrench at your heartstrings. And then in Summer Night, he keeps that up. He really makes you like, you might not be expecting that you're going to keep feeling things the way you did in Grave Peril for this character. You do. And he's also like fully demonstrating a knowledge of like Renaissance mythology surrounding fairies. Straight up Mab and Titania, like coming out of Shakespeare and like Spenser and, just like parachuting into this. And just stuff like the stone table appearing, naming the fact that he names Mab and then names Maeve as somebody who knows Celtic mythology, like not a lot, but a little bit, absolutely just made me say, oh my God, I can't believe this guy has read like the Cattle Raid of Cooley, which is just what I assumed at the time, that he knew Maeve from, that, and he made the connection between Mab, sort of the English, romantic fairy figure, and Maeve, the queen of Connaught, who's probably a former Irish goddess who's been demunitized into historical. Like, it's just incredible the stuff that he's got going on that's informing his world building, and the fact that while he's doing that, he actually, in a way that honestly echoes 12 months, makes you really feel like, Jesus Christ, he actually like really understands depression, is so impressive. I mean, I'm not trying to suck up to Jim Butcher so much. He's a great writer, and these are like pop fiction, but he's very, very good at writing what he knows in a way that really leaves me feeling like I not only like these characters, I feel like this author is in full command of exactly what he wants to evoke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of... Nope, you know what? We're about to roll right into an assessment of Summer Night at this point. I've got to stop us there. We're definitely going to talk about it a lot more. But at this point, I think we're going to have at this point, I think we're going to close it out. I wanted to make a quick thanks to Woolgreath and Stephanie for brainstorming with us during the live planning session here on YouTube. They gave us some good feedback and some great ideas to talk about for this assessment. And we've got our question for Bob for our very first episode on Summer Night.
Our first question for Bob for Summer Night 1. If Billy kills a human in wolf form, has he broken the first law of magic?
That's what we're asking you guys. If you have an idea of what of the answer to that question, send us an email, mac@rnt.fm. See you then.